Welcome to Quiet Scare, where horror doesn't scream, it whispers. Real documented experiences, selected with care, and adapted for quiet, sleep-friendly listening. Truth stays firm. The mood deepens. Please like and subscribe, and tap the bell for new episodes. No more than 3 ads in the first 15 minutes, then uninterrupted playback. Literary horror shaped from authentic accounts for sophisticated listeners. Sleep well and dream dark. It was supposed to be a straight shot. Just another long drive through the outskirts to deliver equipment out past the state line. I'd left late around 10 p.m., expecting to cruise through the quiet back roads and be asleep in a motel by 3 a.m. That kind of work was common for me back then. I took pride in being the guy who could drive through the worst conditions at any hour and still make the deadline. By 1:30 a.m., I was somewhere between nowhere and nowhere else, deep along East 8 Mile Road. It was cold, low 40s at best, and a steady drizzle had been falling for over an hour. The kind of rain that doesn't come down in sheets, just sticks to the windshield and turns the world into a smear of wet light and shadows. The heater in the cab barely kept up. Every few minutes I'd wipe the inside of the windshield with an old towel to clear the fog creeping in from the edges. The road out there is 2 lanes, no shoulders, and it weaves through pockets of woods and open farmland. No houses, no signs, just the occasional bend with a reflector post and miles of darkness between. The kind of place where even the deer don't bother crossing after midnight. I wasn't tired, not yet. Just wired enough from the coffee and the buzz of road noise, rolling at 50 miles an hour with high beams cutting into the mist. Then I saw her. At first it didn't register. I thought maybe it was a reflector or some trash caught in a tree limb, until the shape held. Human. A girl standing just off the road, maybe 10 feet from the edge of the asphalt. White dress, black hair, barefoot. She wasn't moving. I had about 3 seconds to process it before the truck passed her. I slowed, instinctively, just a little, enough to wonder if she needed help, if maybe a car had crashed and she'd wandered from the wreck. But she didn't react, not to the headlights, not to the sound of a diesel engine roaring past less than 10 feet from where she stood. She didn't even blink. I kept going. I didn't stop. I told myself I would at the next safe pull-off, but there wasn't one. A half-mile went by, then a mile. No sign of anything, no lights behind me, no turn-offs. Just the rain and that girl's image burned into my vision. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a mannequin, some messed up prank. Maybe I'd imagined her, but I don't hallucinate. I wasn't tired, hadn't taken anything, hadn't even had a drink in weeks, and she was real. I saw the water glisten on her shoulders, saw the hem of her dress stuck to her legs from the drizzle, saw her toes in the mud. When I finally found a wide gravel patch beside a utility gate, I pulled over. I sat there for a few minutes with the engine idling and the defrost on full blast. I looked in the mirrors. Nothing behind me but darkness and rain. I considered turning around. It nagged at me. What if she really was in trouble? But I didn't. I don't know why. I just kept going. The motel I'd booked was another hour down the road. When I got there, the clerk handed me the key without looking up from his tablet. I didn't ask about the girl. Didn't say anything. Just went to my room, tossed my wet jacket on the chair, and sat on the edge of the bed. I kept seeing her. Not just in my head when I closed my eyes. Her shape lingered like an afterimage. I slept maybe 3 hours that night. Broken and shallow. Every time I drifted off, I'd jolt awake convinced I'd heard someone knock. The next morning, the rain had stopped and the sun was out. I did my drop and started back. I almost took a different route, but curiosity got the better of me. I wanted to see if there was a car wreck, a missing person sign, anything that would make sense of what I'd seen. I slowed as I neared the stretch of road where she'd been. Nothing looked out of place. No tire marks, no fresh damage to the trees or the ditch. I even stopped at the spot I thought she'd been standing. There were no footprints in the mud, no sign anyone had been there. That's when the unease really settled in. I started searching. Not right there. Not while I was driving. But later that night, after I got home, I started digging. I looked up recent accidents on East 8 Mile. Looked through missing persons databases. News archives. At first nothing. Then I found a forum thread. Old. Buried in a subpage about Michigan urban legends. The title was White Dress on East 8 Mile. The original post was short, just someone describing what I had seen. A barefoot girl, white dress, black hair, standing by the road in the early morning hours, not reacting to passing cars. The replies were what caught me. People chimed in from years apart, 2009, 2013, 2018, all saying they'd seen the same thing. Always around 1 a.m. to 2 a.m. Always in the same 3-mile stretch of road. Always the same description. One reply linked to an article from a small-town paper dated 1983. The story was about a teen girl who'd gone missing walking home after a school dance. Her car had broken down. She decided to cut across the fields and walk the last few miles. Witnesses had seen her leaving the dance in a white dress. She never made it home. Search parties had covered the area. Dogs, helicopters, the works. No trace of her was ever found. Locals started talking. Some claimed she'd run away. Others swore she'd been taken. But a few, very few, claimed they'd seen something in the years after. A girl standing at the roadside, drenched, watching but never moving. I read every post, every comment, every article I could find. I didn't say anything to my wife. I didn't want to sound crazy, but I kept digging. Over the next few weeks, I traced mentions of her back almost 40 years. Not frequent, just enough to keep the thread alive. One user, an old-timer with hundreds of posts, shared something that hit me hard. He claimed to have driven that road every night for 15 years delivering newspapers to outlying areas. He said he saw her 3 times, always in winter, always after midnight, and every time she was standing in the exact same place I'd seen her. He ended his post with a warning. If you see her, don't stop. Don't try to talk to her. Just keep driving. I don't know what I saw. I'm not saying it was a ghost. I'm not even sure I believe in that kind of thing. But I've driven a lot of roads in a lot of conditions, and I've never seen anything that rattled me like that did. I still drive for work. Still take late shifts when I have to. But I avoid that stretch now. I reroute around it, even if it adds an hour. I told one other driver about what I saw, someone I trusted, who'd been doing this kind of work longer than me. He didn't laugh, just nodded and said, "East 8? Yeah. I don't go through there either. I never reported it. What would I even say? There was no crime, no accident, just a girl standing barefoot in the rain where no one should have been. But I think about her more often than I care to admit. And when I do, I remember how still she was, how completely unfazed she seemed by the weather, the cold, the roar of my engine. Like none of it touched her, like she wasn't really part of this world anymore. Some nights when the weather turns cold and the roads go quiet, I wonder how many others have seen her and never said a word, just kept driving, like I did, carrying that image with them through the dark foe." I was crouched behind my dad that afternoon, holding the flashlight steady while he wrestled with the rusted pipe under the house. We'd noticed a damp patch blooming beneath the laundry room floor, and after a bit of hammering and pulling up planks, he found a way into the crawl space. I volunteered to go with him, not out of excitement, but because I didn't trust either of my older brothers not to knock the flashlight over just for fun. The air under the house was stale, thick with dust, and a sour kind of mildew. I could hear Dad grumbling as he lay flat on his back, his legs bent at odd angles around the beam of the foundation. He kept muttering about poor workmanship from the previous owners, his voice echoing off the concrete like we were inside a throat. I shifted on my knees, trying not to think about the spiders brushing against my socks, or the way the low ceiling seemed to press down more than it should. It was the cold draft that made me look over my shoulder. Even in the shade of the crawl space, the air had been still, heavy, But something changed. A breeze, sudden and unnatural, stirred the hair on my arms. I swung the light to my right, toward the far corner where the crawl space dipped slightly, and caught a glimpse of something pale, not a face. Not quite, just the faintest shape in the dark, and then it was gone. I didn't say anything right away. I'd told Dad before months earlier that I saw things under the house, that I heard whispers from the vents late at night. He'd chalked it up to too many scary movies or my brothers messing with me. But now, kneeling in the dirt, I felt the old certainty return. Something was down here. I think the pipe split just above the joint, Dad said, breaking my focus. Can you hand me the wrench? I passed it to him, fingers stiff. I didn't want to look away from the far corner, but I didn't want him to notice me staring either. While he worked, I let the light drift slowly back to that side of the crawl space. What I'd seen wasn't near the pipe or the cinder blocks that marked the house's perimeter. It was farther tucked behind a low wooden support frame that looked like it hadn't been disturbed in years. The dirt was uneven there, like something had been buried and then unearthed. Hold the light higher, Dad said. I can't see a thing with your shadow across it. I adjusted my hand, still watching the far wall. That's when the beam of the flashlight caught a strange gleam. Something shiny, not metal, waxen. I moved the light again, slower this time, and found the source. Red candles. Dozens of them. Some had melted into puddles. The wax fused to a warped wooden board. Others stood upright, misshapen but intact. Nestled among them were black ones too. Tall and slender, their wicks long since burned down to knots. They were arranged in uneven clusters, ringed around an overturned crate that served as a makeshift altar, and the books there were books. At first I thought they were old magazines or maybe rotted instruction manuals, the kind my grandpa used to keep in his garage. But the covers were dark, leather-like, with no titles. One had a circle drawn on its front in faded gold ink. Another was swollen with water damage, the edges frayed like dried petals. Dad, I said, before I could stop myself. Yeah. He was still under the pipe, tapping something with the wrench. There's something over there. You should look. He slid out from beneath the joist, brushing cobwebs from his hair. What kind of something? I just pointed. It took him a few seconds to crawl to the spot, his knees dragging through the dirt, flashlight beam jerking side to side. When he saw the candles, he stopped moving. Jesus, he muttered. Neither of us spoke for a while. He crouched there, eyes scanning the mess of wax and wood and paper. The smell was worse here, not just mold and dust, but something sharper like burned hair and spoiled meat. I'll be damned, he said softly. I thought your brothers were messing with you, but this is old. He reached out and touched the spine of one of the books, then pulled his hand back like it was hot. We're not telling your mom about this yet, he said. Go get the camera from the garage and maybe a trash bag. I crawled out into the open air, blinking against the sun. The brightness felt wrong, like stepping out of a dream that was still clinging to your clothes. I grabbed the camera and a roll of thick garbage bags, then hesitated at the door. What if going back made it worse? But I heard Dad call again, and my feet moved before my mind caught up. By the time I returned, he'd cleared a few of the candles and opened one of the books. The pages were smeared with something, maybe ink, maybe not, and filled with diagrams, circles within circles, lines intersecting at odd angles, with little runes scratched in the margins. Some pages had lists written in blocky handwriting, names or phrases that didn't mean anything to me. I took a few pictures before Dad told me to stop. He started loading the candles into the trash bags, shaking his head every time he picked up another. He kept glancing toward the crawlspace exit like he didn't want to be down here any more than I did. When he moved the crate, we found more underneath. Bones, small ones, too thin to be from any animal I recognized. Some were arranged in patterns. Others were scattered like someone had dropped them mid-ritual and fled. Dad swore under his breath and stood up too fast, banging his head on the beam. He didn't even react to the pain, just climbed out and told me to follow. We left everything else behind that day. He told my brothers to stay out of the crawl space. Said the pipe was fixed but the area was unstable. That night he sat in the garage for hours, the camera in his lap, just staring at the photos. I think he wanted to call someone, maybe the police, maybe a priest, but in the end he didn't. 2 days later, the lights in the kitchen started flickering. Not the usual hum of an old house, but sharp bursts on and off, whenever someone stood near the sink. Then the shadows came. I saw one first, on the wall near my bed. It wasn't cast by anything. No lamp, no passing car. It was just there. A shape darker than the dark, watching. When I told my dad, he looked at me with the same expression he wore under the house. Not disbelief, something closer to fear. The books disappeared from the garage the next morning. He thought one of us took them, maybe as a joke, but no one admitted it. The trash bags were still there, half full of candle stubs and melted wax, but the books were gone. Not stolen, just gone. I stopped sleeping well after that. Every night I'd wake to the sound of movement under the floorboards, crawling, scraping, a low hum, like someone whispering a song I couldn't quite make out. Sometimes I'd hear footsteps pacing just beneath my bed, even though the crawl space didn't extend that far. My brothers began avoiding the house. They'd leave early for school, come home late, stay at friends' places whenever they could. One of them, Mike, confessed to me one night that he'd seen something too. A face, he said, staring up through the floor vent in the bathroom. Not a person, just a face, still and pale, with no eyes. We never told Mom, not the full truth. She knew something was wrong, kept lighting candles of her own, scented ones, like they could push back whatever was leaking through the walls. Dad grew quiet, distant. He sealed the crawl space hatch with nails and duct tape. But I still heard the sounds, still felt the cold at night. Months passed, but the feeling never left. Sometimes I wonder who lived here before us, what they tried to do, what they summoned or thought they were summoning. I wonder if they failed, or if they succeeded and ran. The crawl space is silent now. We don't talk about it, we don't go near it. But every so often, when the lights flicker just right, or the air turns cold for no reason, I remember the candles, the books, the bones, and I know we never really got rid of any of it. It started on a Tuesday night, sometime after 10. I remember because I was still awake, flipping through one of those glow-in-the-dark dinosaur books with the little plastic skeletons glued into the pages. The house was quiet except for the hum of the fridge, and the occasional groan from the crawl space under the floorboards, which always made the pipes rattle. Our parents said it was just the air settling, but we all knew better, or at least my little brother Danny did. He was 6 then. Big eyes, soft voice, always tiptoeing around the house like he didn't want to wake the walls. That night he knocked on my door so gently I almost didn't hear it. I opened it, and there he was, barefoot, pale, and trembling like he'd just come in from the cold. He didn't speak right away, just looked over his shoulder down the hall like someone might be following him. "She's in the bedroom," he whispered, and I could feel the words like a draft slipping down my spine. I asked what he meant, but he was already climbing into my bed, curling up tight under the blanket. I let him stay. It wasn't the first time he'd come in scared of something he'd seen or heard, but this was the first time he said she. I didn't get much sleep that night. Every creak in the house pulled my eyes open, and Danny kept twitching beside me like he was dreaming of falling. In the morning, he clung to Mom's side while she made oatmeal, his eyes fixed on the hallway. By the third night, the fear had teeth. I heard him scream from his room, a sharp, panicked sound that snapped me out of sleep like a slap. I ran, Mom and Dad right behind me, and found him standing in the corner of his bedroom, facing the wall. His bed sheets were tangled on the floor, and he wouldn't move until Dad picked him up and carried him out. He told us later, in that same quiet voice, that the lady had been there again. She had 2 kids with her. He said their skin was all gone, black and red, like charcoal. Mom dropped a glass when she heard that. After that, he stopped sleeping alone. We moved his mattress into my room, and he'd lie there with his eyes wide open for hours. Some nights, he'd mutter to himself or cover his ears like he was trying to block out a sound only he could hear. I started locking the bedroom door. A week passed before it happened to me. I'd gotten up in the middle of the night to pee, stepping over Danny's blanket bundle on the floor. I kept the lights off, not wanting to wake him. The hall was dark but familiar, old wallpaper peeling at the seams, floorboards soft in the center. I reached the bathroom door, twisted the knob, and that's when I felt it. Cold. Not like air conditioning or a breeze, but a dead, unmoving cold. Like the temperature had just dropped 10 degrees behind me. I turned my head, and she was there. A woman in a long black dress, standing 6 feet away, floating. Her feet didn't touch the floor. Her skin was gray and sagging, and her hair hung straight down like wet ropes. Beside her stood 2 children, smaller than Danny. Their bodies looked burned, skin mottled and cracked, like old coals with flakes of ash peeling off. The woman's head tilted slowly. Her eyes weren't eyes at all, just empty pits where the sockets should have been. Her mouth was open, not like she was screaming, but like she'd been caught mid-breath. I couldn't move. Then she reached out, not fast, just steady, an arm rising with fingers extended toward me. That was enough to break me loose. I ran back into the bedroom and slammed the door, locking it before diving onto the mattress beside Danny. He stirred, half awake, and asked if she was back. I didn't answer. Mom found us both curled together in the morning, still dressed, the door wedged shut with a chair. She didn't say anything, just looked at me for a long time, like she knew what I'd seen. Dad tried to explain it all away. Said maybe I'd had a waking dream, that the stories we told each other were feeding into our imagination, that he wasn't the one lying awake at night listening to the crawl space moan under the house. He wasn't the one who saw Danny flinch every time the hallway light flickered. Things kept getting worse. Sometimes we'd find little wet footprints on the floorboards, barefoot, child-sized, always leading toward the crawl space hatch. Other times the hallway would stink like burnt wood even though nothing was cooking. Once, Danny pointed to the corner of the ceiling and said one of the kids was up there watching us, pressed against the wall like a spider. He didn't sleep at all that night. Eventually, Mom had enough. She called Father Keating from the church down the street. I remember the way he looked when he stepped into the house, like he'd just walked into something heavier than he'd expected. He moved quietly, blessing each room, trailing incense smoke that clung to the air like fog. When he reached our bedroom, Danny started crying. Not loud, just quiet, steady tears rolling down his cheeks as he stood in the doorway. Father Keating knelt beside him, placed a hand on his shoulder, and whispered something I didn't hear. That night, for the first time in weeks, nothing happened. No cold spots, no sightings, no footsteps or voices or crawling shadows, just silence. The heavy kind you notice when something's been taken away. It stayed that way. Calm. Safe. Danny started sleeping through the night again. I stopped locking the door, but every once in a while when the house settles just right and the pipes in the crawl space groan, I remember her. The way she hovered there with those ruined children beside her, reaching out like she was trying to pull someone back with her, someone small enough to follow without fighting, and I wonder how close she came that night. It started with the lock. The deadbolt on the front door had been sticky for a few days, just a bit of resistance when I turned the key. But that night it jammed solid. I stood on the porch in my socks, pressing my ear to the doorframe, listening for the sound of the mechanism shifting. Nothing. I jiggled the key, wrenched the knob, even leaned my shoulder into it, but the bolt held firm. The air was still, not a breeze, not a bird. I took a step back and stared at the door. Something in my gut said not to force it. I tried the back instead, hopping down the narrow steps into the gravel path that circled to the kitchen entrance. That door opened without resistance. I stepped inside and immediately checked the front door from the inside. Lock still engaged. I reached for it, hesitated, and let my hand drop. Instead, I walked the house. Every window was shut, every door locked. I checked closets, corners, under beds. No reason, just the itch of something off. I told myself it was nerves, work stress, a long week, but I slept with the bedroom light on. The next night it escalated. I was watching TV in the living room, half asleep, when I heard it. The soft rattle of the front doorknob turning, not knocking, turning, a slow, deliberate twist. I muted the television. The knob turned again. I stood up and approached the door, my bare feet silent on the carpet. I didn't say anything, didn't ask who was there. I just stood with my face inches from the wood, listening to the scrape of metal in the lock. Then it stopped. I waited. 5 seconds. 10. A minute. I turned the deadbolt. The knob. I opened the door and stepped out. The porch light buzzed overhead. The street was empty. I stood there a long time, then closed the door, relocked it, and wedged a chair beneath the handle. By the fourth night, I was exhausted. Every creak sounded like breathing. Every draft felt like fingers. I'd started locking my bedroom door. I couldn't explain it even to myself. Nothing had happened. Nothing had broken in. But something was wrong. I was brushing my teeth around 11 when I heard the back door click open. I froze. Not a knock, not a rattle, a click. Then the soft sound of the door swinging on its hinges. I left the faucet running, walked down the hall with the toothbrush still in my hand. The kitchen was dark except for the weak glow of the nightlight by the fridge. The back door was wide open. No wind, no storm, just the door, yawning into the night like a mouth. I stood there for a second too long. Then I slammed it shut, locked it, slid the deadbolt, shoved the kitchen table in front of it, and ran back to my room. I barely slept. I'd start to drift off, then snap awake to imagined sounds. Breathing, footsteps, whispers behind the drywall. None of it real. I told myself that over and over. None of it real. The next night, I bolted every door. I checked the screws on the hinges. I jammed a broom handle in the window track and braced furniture against the doors. I even sprinkled baby powder by the thresholds, thinking I might catch footprints. I didn't know what I was guarding against, just that I needed to guard. Around 2 a.m., I heard it, a thud. Not the subtle sound of a door moving, a violent, angry thud. I sat up. The house was dead quiet. I swung my legs over the side of the bed and held still. My phone was charging on the nightstand. I reached for it, but before I could unlock it, crash. The front door exploded inward with a sound like timber splitting in a storm. The wood slammed against the wall so hard I heard the picture frame shatter. I didn't move. My body locked. I couldn't even scream. Then footsteps. Not fast, not pounding, just stepping. Heavy, slow. I don't remember grabbing the phone. I don't remember reaching the window. I just know I was outside a second later, barefoot, sprinting down the street in boxers and a t-shirt, calling out for help. Every porch light stayed dark. Every door stayed shut. I hammered on one, then another. No answer. My breath fogged the air. I couldn't feel the cold. I couldn't feel my feet. At the third house, I stopped knocking and just sat on the curb, phone clutched to my chest. I didn't call the police. I don't know why. Some part of me didn't think they'd help. When the sun came up, I walked back. The door was closed, not broken, just shut. The lock was intact. No signs of forced entry, but the picture frame had fallen, glass everywhere. Inside, everything looked normal. No footprints in the powder, no items disturbed, except the air felt thick, pressed in on you, like the house had exhaled something you weren't supposed to breathe. I called my grandmother that afternoon. She didn't ask many questions, just listened, then told me not to spend another night there. She said she'd come the next morning. She showed up with a small suitcase, 3 large bundles wrapped in cloth, and a bag of rice. She didn't stay in the house. She stood on the lawn and said a short prayer before going inside. Then she fasted, 20 days. She stayed in a room at my uncle's place nearby. Came to the house every morning before sunrise, left after dark. She ate nothing, drank only water she brought from the church. Each day she lit candles in different rooms, laid small items, leaves, salt, bits of thread on door frames and windowsills. She never told me what they meant. She spoke very little. Once on the 7th day, I asked her if she believed something had come into the house. She didn't answer. She just kept sweeping the hallway with a bundle of herbs, her lips moving soundlessly. On the 15th day, the temperature in the house dropped by 10 degrees. The heat was on, thermostat unchanged, but the air felt like a root cellar. My grandmother arrived, stepped inside, and stood very still. She stayed for only 30 minutes that day. When she left, she told me not to return until she said it was safe. The last 5 days, she worked alone. On the morning of the 21st, she called me, told me the house was ready. When I walked in, the first thing I noticed was the warmth. Not just the physical heat, but something deeper. The pressure was gone. The walls no longer leaned in. The corners no longer felt occupied. There was no ceremony, no dramatic moment, but I never heard the door move again. She didn't explain what she did, only told me to leave certain objects where they were, to never sweep away the line of salt by the threshold, to never repaint over the small symbol she'd etched behind the coat rack. I followed everything to the letter. Months passed. The lock stayed secure. No sounds in the night. No unexplained movements. No cold spots. But I never forgot, it wasn't the noise that haunted me. It was the silence afterward. The way the house had settled into itself, like a predator folding its limbs under its body, waiting. And the fact that nothing, not locks, not walls, not reason, had kept it out. I remember the exact layout of the room. A twin bed along the far wall under a window, another pushed against the opposite wall near the door, and the last bed centered between them. Beige carpet, white walls, one little dresser with a plastic mirror screwed to it. No posters, no pets, just 5 of us packed in there on a Saturday night. Laughing too loud over nothing. Tina's parents were out of town, so she'd invited us. Me, Hannah, Audrey, and Pam for a sleepover. We were 14, old enough to think we weren't afraid of the dark. The night started like any other. Junk food, music, dumb videos. At some point, we turned out the lights and dared each other to stay silent. It didn't last. Someone whispered a joke and the chain reaction of laughter shattered it. But after that, things got strange. I was lying on the floor in a sleeping bag between the center bed and Tina's dresser. I couldn't sleep. Something about the stillness didn't feel right. The room was too quiet, like it was holding its breath. I stared at the ceiling, watching the patterns of headlights sweep across it from the road outside. Then I noticed Pam shift suddenly on the center bed. I thought she was turning over, but then her leg jerked hard. She gasped. Not a scared gasp, more like shock. The kind of sound someone makes when they bump into something unexpected in the dark. I sat up. She tried to speak, but her voice caught. Her heels scraped loudly against the sheet. She kicked, really kicked. And suddenly Hannah, who'd been next to her, screamed. Pam wasn't turning over. Something had grabbed her ankle. Tina bolted upright on the bed near the window, her hair all over the place. Audrey sat up next to me, eyes wide. Pam shouted now. Really shouted, and Hannah was clawing at her leg, trying to grab hold. I couldn't see what was happening at first, just this jerky tug-of-war motion on the bed. Then the blanket slid off and I saw it. Both girls were being dragged. Their feet were pointed toward the end of the bed, like someone underneath had latched on and was pulling fast. Audrey scrambled up. I reached for Pam's arm just as the bed bucked. Not the girls, the whole bed. It lifted off the ground and slammed backward into the wall. We all screamed. I fell sideways, hit the dresser. Audrey tumbled backward into the closet. Tina was already off her bed and pulling at the lamp cord, trying to get some light, but the bulb just flickered once and died. For a few seconds, we were all frozen. Pam lay on the floor, crying. Hannah curled up next to her, clutching her knee. Neither of them could say what happened. I moved closer, still in disbelief. There was nothing there. Nothing under the bed, nothing behind it. I even looked under the dresser. I swear to God it had me. Pam whispered. It had my foot, like a hand, cold. Hannah didn't talk for a while. We all stayed up. The room felt wrong, like the air had weight to it. None of us wanted to turn off the lights again, even after Tina got a flashlight from the hallway. Eventually, Tina convinced us it had to be a prank. Maybe someone rigged the bed. Springs, strings, a trick. But nobody left the room. There was only one door. It had been closed. Around 3 a.m., we tried to settle again. I climbed into Tina's bed with her, and the others shared the remaining two. The flashlight stayed on, balanced on a pillow in the middle of the room. The air got colder. I thought maybe I was imagining it. Maybe it was just nerves. But Tina shivered next to me and pulled the blanket tighter. Then the bouncing started. It wasn't subtle. The center bed began to thump. A slow, rhythmic bounce, like someone jumping on it from underneath. Audrey was on that bed now. She screamed and rolled off before the second bounce hit. Pam, still on the floor, crab walked backward toward the closet, eyes locked on the mattress. The whole thing rose. It levitated, maybe 2 feet, and slammed down, again and again. We were all screaming. I grabbed the flashlight and aimed it under the bed. Nothing. No hands. No wires. No one. It slammed again. Then flipped. Not rolled. Flipped. As if invisible hands had punched it from below and sent it toppling over. Pam shrieked. Audrey ran to the door, but it wouldn't open. Tina pulled me back toward the corner. Her breath was shaking. I could feel her heart pounding through the blanket. The bed lay upside down now, mattress hanging half off. The box spring had cracked. We didn't sleep. Not that night. When the sun finally came up, we were huddled in the hallway, refusing to go back in. Tina's parents came home later that afternoon and thought we were playing a prank until they saw the room. The bed frame was warped. The dresser was scratched where it had scraped across the floor. They called a contractor. No gas leaks, no structural problems, no rodents. They even had the house checked for electromagnetic fields, thinking maybe faulty wiring was causing hallucinations. Nothing. We didn't go back. I never slept at Tina's again. Audrey moved away 2 months later. Hannah wouldn't talk about it for years. When she finally did, she said she felt fingers, long ones, wrapping around her ankle, pulling. I asked her if it felt like a person. She said no. It felt smooth, cold, like a plastic mannequin that had been in the freezer. Pam told me something different. She said she didn't think it wanted to hurt us. She thought it was confused. I don't agree. That thing knew what it was doing. It wanted us afraid. It wanted us to remember, and I do. Every time I hear the sound of a bed creaking in the middle of the night, I remember. It was almost midnight when I first noticed the smell. I'd stepped outside to take the trash to the side of the house, barefoot, half distracted by the dull buzz of the late summer air. The neighborhood was the kind of quiet that gets thick. It pressed against the ears, stifling sound. The moon hung pale above the cul-de-sac, and everyone else's porch lights were off, except for the one across the street, Tina's yard. I didn't think anything of it at first. The scent hit me low near the ground, like something had crawled up from a drain and evaporated around my feet. Sulfur. Not quite rotten eggs. Not quite chemical. Just something unmistakably wrong. It was subtle but sharp. Made me pause. Then I looked up and saw it. A patch of fog, maybe the size of a pickup truck, was hovering just over Tina's front lawn. It wasn't fog like you'd see on the lake or rolling through hills. It didn't drift, it didn't swirl. It hung low and dense, flat on the top, like someone had poured smoke into a glass box and forgot to seal the lid. And it was only on her lawn, nowhere else on the street. Not a whiff of it on the sidewalk or creeping toward the driveway. I watched. Didn't move. I'm not even sure I blinked. The whole thing, smell, fog, everything vanished. before I could finish a full breath. Gone. One moment it was there. The next, the lawn looked freshly mowed and ordinary under the weak porch light, like nothing had ever happened. I stood in my own yard, hands still holding the trash bag, feet damp with dew, staring at a patch of grass like it had spoken my name. There was no breeze, no cars, no sounds at all. Just that sudden, complete absence. The air didn't even feel the same. The bag hit the bottom of the bin with a thud, and I went back inside. But sleep didn't follow. I kept thinking about how it hadn't spread, how sharply it had stopped at the property line, like there was a wall no one could see. The next morning, I didn't mention it to anyone. Maybe it had been some kind of bizarre condensation event, something with the sprinklers, maybe a burst of heat meeting cooler ground. I convinced myself I'd imagined the smell, but that quiet confidence cracked 2 nights later. I was in the kitchen rinsing dishes when I saw her. Tina was outside on her porch, standing still, facing the yard like she was waiting for someone to arrive. Her arms were crossed, but not like she was cold, more like she was bracing herself. I turned off the water and watched her through the window. She stood that way for a long time. When she finally went back inside, I saw her glancing down the lawn as she shut the door, like she was double-checking that it hadn't followed her. The next morning, I ran into her at the mailbox. Tina was always a friendly neighbor, maybe too chatty sometimes, but that day she didn't smile, didn't even offer a hello. Her eyes were red, like she hadn't slept. I asked if everything was all right, and she nodded too quickly. "There's something wrong with the yard," she said. "You ever see those lights at night?" I told her no, not yet. That's when she looked me in the eye and said they don't show up when someone's watching. That should have ended the conversation, but it didn't. Tina began setting up a lawn chair just after sunset every night. Sat in it, arms folded, eyes trained on the grass. She didn't talk to people anymore. Not even when her kids' friends came around. Not even when the HOA guy left a note about decorum. She just watched. I told my friend Mark about it a few days later, half joking, like it was neighborhood gossip. He came by that Friday, beer in hand, and we stood on my porch watching Tina from across the street. Sure enough, just after 9, she came out with her chair and a notebook. "She's probably doing some homegrown ghost hunting thing," Mark said, "trying to catch orbs or whatever," but I wasn't so sure. Later that night, after Mark left, I couldn't shake the memory of that fog, how still it had been, how absolute its vanishing act was. I ended up outside again, this time sitting on the steps with a hoodie pulled tight, just watching. 1 minute, 10, nothing. Then, something moved, not in Tina's yard, but behind it, by her shed. It was the kind of motion you don't register immediately. A brief blink of distortion, like heat over pavement, but low to the ground. I leaned forward, squinting. The shape wasn't visible exactly, but the shed's outline shimmered, like the light from the street lamp was warping around it. There was a brief flicker, blue, then green, and then nothing, dead still. Then the sulfur came back. It didn't waft. It didn't ride on wind. It hit like a wall. 1 breath, then gone. I stepped back inside without finishing the thought. Didn't even realize I'd locked the door until the next morning. Tina didn't say a word the next day, but she added a second chair. 2 nights later, I joined her. She didn't look surprised, just nodded and passed me a small flashlight. We didn't speak. Nothing happened for an hour. Then the light started, faint at first flashes near the base of the shed, like someone snapping pictures with a camera that couldn't quite charge. The flashes didn't cast shadows, didn't make noise, just small bursts that blinked from inside the boards and seams of the shed. Tina didn't move. I wanted to ask if she saw them too, but the silence was heavy, almost sacred. I didn't break it. That was the first night we watched together. Over the next week, it became a kind of ritual. Around 9:15, we'd sit sometimes with tea, sometimes not, watching the grass, then the shed. The flashes didn't always come. Sometimes it was just the smell. Sometimes a single tendril of fog would snake across the edge of the property, hesitate and curl back into itself before vanishing. I began taking notes, descriptions, times, patterns. Tina showed me her own log filled with observations dating back weeks. She had sketches too. One of them showed the fog in tight geometric shapes. That didn't make sense to me. Fog didn't have structure, but hers did. One night, it got closer. The fog didn't stay in the yard. It crept to the edge of her driveway, hung there, flat-topped, dense, unmoving. We both leaned forward in our chairs. There was no sound, no crickets, no wind, just a humming pressure that sat behind the ears. Then the fog folded into itself like someone sucking a sheet inward and disappeared without a trace. We both exhaled at the same time. I asked Tina what she thought it was. She just shook her head. "I don't think it's weather," she said. "It's never cold enough for that kind of density. And the smell, it doesn't belong to anything natural." I agreed. Then I asked why she kept watching. "Because it watches back," she said. I stopped sleeping through the night. I'd wake up at random hours and look through the blinds. Most times nothing. Sometimes a faint glow behind the shed. One night, I saw Tina standing in her backyard. No flashlight, just staring toward the trees beyond her fence. Her dog wouldn't go near her for 2 days after that. Mark stopped coming by, said the whole thing was making me weird. Maybe he was right, but I couldn't stop. Not after what I saw next. It was a Wednesday. I'd fallen asleep in the chair, tea still warm in the mug. Something woke me, some sound I didn't register, but felt in my chest. I opened my eyes and saw Tina standing halfway between the porch and the shed. The fog was around her ankles. It didn't move with the breeze. It didn't rise. It pulled, waiting. She took one step closer to the shed. I wanted to call out, but the words stuck. Then the lights came. 5, 6 bursts in rapid succession. Blue, then red, then something too white to be real. They flashed from behind the shed, and Tina turned to look at me. Her eyes were glowing. Not reflections, not tricks of the light. Glowing. I blinked, and it was gone. Tina was sitting next to me, sipping her tea. I looked at the yard clear. No fog, no lights. I didn't ask. I didn't want to know if she remembered it. Since then, the fog comes less often. But when it does, it lingers just a little longer. Tina built a second shed last month. No tools inside, just a single chair and 3 battery-powered lanterns. She won't let anyone else in. I still sit with her. Not every night, but enough. The grass in her yard doesn't grow anymore. It doesn't die either, it just stays the same. I asked her once if she was scared. She didn't answer, just said it wants something. I believe her, because now, sometimes when I close my eyes, I see the fog behind my own house. Just a glimpse, just for a second, but it always leaves me with the same smell. We'd just gotten back from a weekend trip, nothing fancy. Just my mom, my older sister, and me visiting my grandma in the mountains. I was 4. I only know that for sure, because I remember being proud I didn't wet the bed at her house for the first time, and that was a big deal back then. The drive home was long, and I was cranky by the time we pulled into the driveway. The sky was the soft orange that comes before dinner, where shadows stretch thin but still hold warmth, and the air had that citrusy tang from the mandarin tree out back. Before the car had even stopped rolling, I unbuckled and pressed my face against the window. I loved our backyard. It was small, boxed in by a faded fence, but it had a patch of grass just big enough to roll around on, and in the back corner, half tilted in sun, was the old mandarin tree. And somewhere near that tree, always was Fluffy. Fluffy was my cat, but really she was the family's. A white blur of mischief with paws too small for her energy, and a tail like a feather duster. She had this habit of sprinting from one end of the yard to the other like she was chasing invisible prey. She'd do this a few times a day. Full speed, no warning. I used to lie on my stomach at the sliding door and wait for her to appear, like she was part of a magic trick. She'd zip past with a flit of white and vanish behind the tree, sometimes stopping to glance over like, "Did you see that?" That evening, I was still fighting with my seatbelt when I saw her. A flash of white bolting across the yard, fast, low to the ground, tail flicking just the way Fluffy's always had. She zipped from the porch side of the house toward the tree, then curved sharply behind the trunk, vanishing from view. I squealed, "Fluffy," and kicked open the car door. I ran toward the yard, expecting her to dart back out and meet me like she usually did when we'd been away. I even started doing the little call I'd heard my sister use, kind of a kissy noise followed by, "Here, girl, here." But Fluffy didn't come out from behind the tree. I slowed to a walk as I got closer, looking around the trunk, half expecting to see her crouched there, tail twitching in some feline ambush. But there was nothing. No white shape, no rustling leaves, just the hum of early evening, and the faint smell of mandarin peels crushed into the dirt. Mom called me in for dinner, and I skipped back toward the house, still buzzing from having seen Fluffy race across the yard. I figured she was playing her usual hiding games and would show up once she was ready for food. We were halfway through dinner when I realized no one had said a word about Fluffy. Normally she'd be scratching at the door by now or brushing against someone's leg. I glanced under the table. Nothing. I turned to my sister and asked, "Where's Fluffy?" There was a pause. Just a second. But it was enough. I remember the way my sister's fork froze just above her plate. My mom didn't look up from cutting her food, but she spoke low and even. "Sweetie," she said, "Fluffy's not here anymore." I didn't get it at first. I thought maybe she'd run away or gone to a neighbor's. I asked if she'd come back later. My mom glanced at my sister, then back at me. "No, honey." While we were gone, something happened. They told me that Fluffy had been hit by a car 2 days ago. A neighbor found her and left a note on the door. My mom had someone bury her out back under the mandarin tree. I didn't cry. Not then. I was confused more than anything. Because I saw her. Not yesterday or last week, just now. I told them so. She ran across the yard right before dinner. I insisted. I even showed them exactly where she'd gone. Right from the porch to the tree. They gave me the kind of smile grown-ups use when they're about to lie. My sister knelt next to me and said maybe I just wanted to see her so much that my brain played a trick. But it wasn't a trick. I saw her. The way she ran, the flick of her tail, the speed. It was exactly how she moved. That blur of white fluff racing for the tree wasn't some shape or leaf or memory. It was her. Later that night, after my bath, I sneaked out to the backyard in my pajamas. The air was cooler, and the light had shifted blue. I didn't have a flashlight, so I used the porch light to guide me. The mandarin tree loomed in the corner, its leaves casting strange shapes on the fence behind it. I stepped onto the dirt, careful where I placed my feet. The ground under the tree looked freshly disturbed. A small rectangle of darker earth, pressed down but not yet settled. I knelt beside it. There was no marker, no stone, no sign except the soil itself. I didn't talk. I didn't cry. I just sat there, waiting, listening. A breeze came through, rustling the leaves. Something shifted, a shadow maybe, or a shift in the way the branches moved, but my eyes snapped toward it. Nothing. Still. I felt something, like the space beside me was occupied. Not heavy, not cold, just aware. Like someone had sat beside me very quietly, not touching, just existing nearby. I whispered, "I saw you," and meant it. The next morning, I asked if we could put a rock or something on her grave. My mom agreed and let me pick one from the garden. It was a smooth, flat one, the kind you could skip on a lake. I drew a heart on it with a marker and wrote Fluffy in crooked letters. Over the weeks, I kept glancing at that corner of the yard. I never saw the white blur again, but I sometimes heard the faintest rustle in the grass when no one else was outside, like quick paws pattering in a familiar rhythm. One afternoon, I was sitting on the porch playing with a plastic dinosaur when our neighbor came over. She was older, gray-haired, and always carried a big straw basket from her garden. She asked how I was holding up without Fluffy. I told her I missed her. but I'd seen her after we got back. I said she ran across the yard just like always. The neighbor looked down at me, then over at the mandarin tree. She pressed her lips together and nodded slowly. "Cats don't always leave when they go," she said. "Sometimes they stick around a while. Make sure you're okay." Then she handed me a few mandarins from her basket and left without another word. That night, I asked to sleep with the window open. My room faced the yard. I lay awake for hours watching the tree, hoping I didn't see her. But I dreamed that I did. In the dream, Fluffy sat at the base of the tree, her tail curled around her paws, watching me through the window, not moving, just looking, like she was waiting for something I couldn't quite name. When I woke up, I checked the yard. No paw prints, no fur, just the rock with the heart and the shape of the disturbed dirt. A little flatter now. I didn't see her again after that. Not really, but sometimes when the wind moves just right, and the tree sways like it's stretching, I feel that same presence from the night I sat beside her grave, that same awareness, like she's still back there running her loop from porch to tree, keeping watch, not gone, just not here in the way she used to be. I found the photograph by accident. I was dusting the bookshelf in the downstairs library. My mom insisted on calling it that, though it was really just a large room with a fireplace and 100 or so aging books, mostly legal volumes with gold lettering on cracked leather spines. I must have passed that shelf 100 times, but that day a corner of something white was sticking out behind Illinois Civil Code, 1972. I pulled it loose. It was a black and white Polaroid. A woman sat cross-legged on a bed with one knee drawn up, her arms looped around it. The bedspread was a paisley pattern I vaguely remembered from old family photos. Her head was tilted back slightly like she was laughing, and her eyes were half closed. Something in her expression, calm, tired, distant, made my stomach turn, though I didn't know why at the time. On the back in shaky pen, Diane, March 27, 1997. That was my grandmother's name. Diane. I never met her. I was born on March 27, 1998. Exactly 1 year to the day after she died. Growing up, my birthday was always a little strange. Not sad exactly. Mom never made it about grief, but there was a quiet edge to everything. We didn't do big parties. My cake was always homemade. The kind with thick, soft icing that melted under your fingers. No streamers, no clowns. Mom would give me one present after dinner. She'd always say something like, "She would have loved you," and then change the subject. I never asked who she meant. I knew. We didn't talk about Diane. My first memory of being alone in the library was when I was about 8. I was drawn to one particular shelf. Second row from the bottom. Third column from the left. I'd sit cross-legged on the carpet, pulling the heavy books down one by one. Most of them were law books, cases, precedents, obscure titles like estate disputes in the Midwestern Circuit, Vol 30. I couldn't understand a word of them back then, but there was something about the feel of the pages, the smell of the leather bindings. I liked the weight of them. I'd open one and press my palm against the inside cover like I was waiting for a pulse. It became a habit. I'd come home from school, drop my bag in the hallway, and go straight to that shelf. Always those books. Even now I couldn't tell you what drew me to them. It wasn't like I loved reading legal code, but I felt watched, almost. Not in a threatening way. More like someone was waiting to see if I'd noticed something. I never told anyone. It felt personal, like sleepwalking. A secret between me and the books. One summer, when I was 16, I asked Mom about my grandmother for the first time. We were shelling peas at the kitchen counter, the TV murmuring in the other room. What was she like, I asked. Diane. Mom paused mid-shell. The bowl between us was half full. She was smart, she said finally. Tough, stubborn. She smiled a little. Like you. Did she live here? She nodded. She did. That room upstairs, the one we never use, that was hers. I'd always wondered about that room. It had a door that stuck, and the air inside was different. Not stale exactly, but dense, like the particles moved slower. Did she? I hesitated. Did she die here? Mom looked at me and I saw something flicker across her face. Then she nodded again, slower this time. Yes, she said. In her room. It was an accident. She struggled with things. That was all she said. After that, I started going into Diane's room, quietly. The door still stuck, but I learned how to lift the handle and lean into it with just the right pressure. Inside, the room hadn't changed. Same floral wallpaper, same heavy curtains that barely let in light. There was a dresser with a cracked mirror, and a narrow bed with a rust-red quilt. Dust coated everything, but the room didn't feel abandoned. It felt paused. I started bringing the law books up there, one at a time. I'd sit on the floor beside the bed, reading aloud to the empty room. I didn't understand most of what I read. Tort reform, liability clauses, but it felt like I was untying knots in the air, like the room was listening. March 27th, 2017, the year I turned 19. I found something new. It was raining that afternoon, a steady gray drizzle. I was sitting in the library, leafing through civil liability and negligence. 1989, when a sheet of folded paper slipped out from between the pages. It was a letter. No envelope, yellowed, creased, written in blue ink. The handwriting slanted and neat. To whoever finds that, if you're reading this, I'm gone. Maybe it's been a week, maybe a year, maybe you're not even family. But if you found this book, you're looking for something. So was I. There's more in this house than what's visible. I don't mean ghosts. Not exactly. But there are patterns, recurrence, echoes. I kept finding the same date in old legal files. March 27. Cases closed. Wills signed. Children born. Something is tethered here. I tried to follow it, but it goes deeper than I could reach. Maybe you'll do better. It wasn't signed, but I knew it was hers. That night I had a dream. At least I think it was a dream. I was in her room, but the walls looked different. The wallpaper had peeled away, exposing layers underneath pages from books. Yellow legal pads, scraps of letters, all glued together like skin. The bed was missing, and in its place was a stack of law books, floor to ceiling, perfectly balanced. A woman stood with her back to me, her hair long and dark. She was whispering, but her lips weren't moving. The sound was coming from the walls, low and rhythmic. I leaned closer. Born in the shadow, born in the same breath, born on the echo. I woke up in the library, slumped over the open book. My mouth was dry, and I had a paper cut on the inside of my wrist, a tiny line of blood. I started researching her case. Quietly. Mom still didn't like talking about Diane, and I didn't want to upset her. I found old medical records, some court transcripts, a probate file. She'd overdosed on prescription medication, listed as accidental, but the reports were vague. She'd been involved in a legal dispute with a former employer, fired for reasons that weren't clearly recorded. The trial had been postponed 3 times. Final hearing scheduled for, you guessed it, March 27. It never happened. That year, I applied to law school. I didn't tell anyone. Not at first. It felt predetermined, like a river cutting through rock. All I had to do was follow the current. I got in, full scholarship. Mom cried when I told her. She said, "Your grandmother would be so proud." I moved out the summer after, packed everything into the back of my car. I left most of the books, but I took civil liability and negligence. 1989. The letter was still tucked inside. The first semester, I kept having the same dream, always the same room, the same whisper, but the woman started turning toward me. I never saw her face, only a suggestion, blurred like a memory of someone else's dream. I kept studying, kept working. I made friends, dated a little, but every March something shifted. Lights flickered, phones glitched. I lost whole pages of notes. Once I woke up to find legal text scrawled across my bathroom mirror in condensation. No one else saw it, I don't know if any of it means anything. I don't know if it's just coincidence. A date, a death, a birth, a line drawn across time like chalk. But I've come to believe in echoes. This year, March 27 falls on a Sunday. I've been invited back home. Mom's baking my favorite cake, chocolate with raspberry filling. She says she has something for me, something she's kept locked away. I know what it is. Or I think I do. I'll go. I'll sit in the library. I'll walk the halls. I'll open the door to Diane's room one last time. Maybe I'll speak aloud. Maybe I won't. Either way, I'll listen. I always hated the dark. That thick kind of dark that swallowed the corners of my room after midnight, when even the moonlight seemed to turn its back on me. I was 8 years old when it happened. Old enough to know the usual creaks of the house. Old enough to know my own imagination, but not old enough to ignore the sudden feeling that something wasn't right. That night, I woke up for no reason, no noise, no dream, just alert, like someone had called my name in a whisper too soft to hear, but loud enough that my body noticed. My eyes snapped open to the dark ceiling. The room felt wrong, heavy, the way the air shifts before a thunderstorm, thick with something you can't name. I didn't move. I didn't look around. I just slowly pulled the blanket up over my head. I knew that trick, everyone did. You hide under the blanket and nothing can touch you. It's a rule. The only rule. As long as you stayed under, whatever watched from the shadows couldn't reach you. It was the last safe place when the dark started to feel alive. The sheets were warm from sleep, and I pulled them tight, curling into a ball. My heart thumped hard in my ears. I couldn't explain it, but I knew something was in the room with me, not just the feeling of being watched. This was deeper. This was a certainty that I was not alone, and then it touched me. It wasn't a brush or a breeze, not a tickle of imagination. It was a jab, a clear, distinct poke right in the middle of my back. I froze. It came through the blanket. Not hard enough to hurt, but deliberate. 2 fingers maybe, the way you'd prod someone gently to wake them, like it was checking if I was real. I didn't breathe. I didn't scream. My mouth opened, but nothing came out. The blankets were clutched so tightly in my fists that my arms ached. I stayed like that, locked in my own body, every part of me screaming to run, but there was nowhere to run to. The thing was already here. Then it poked me again, lower this time near my hip. Same pressure, same unhurried curiosity. As if it was learning the shape of me, I squeezed my eyes shut. The world narrowed to the sound of my pulse and the impossible pressure of those 2 spots on my body. I waited for a third poke, but it didn't come. Instead, I felt the mattress shift. That might have been the worst part. There was weight on the bed. Not sudden, just a gentle sinking give of the mattress near my feet, as if someone or something was climbing in with me. I was too afraid to kick or scream or even twitch. It didn't move again. Whatever it was, it settled there. A silent presence behind the thin veil of my blanket. I lay there for what felt like hours, tears soaking into my pillow, throat raw from the silent panic caught in it. I didn't sleep. I just waited for the sun. When dawn finally painted the walls with a faint gray, I dared to peek out. The room looked normal. Toy shelf, half-closed closet, the dresser with the chipped corner. Nothing was out of place. Except for one thing. My blanket, tightly tucked when I'd gone to bed, was draped unevenly, twisted halfway off me like someone had gotten up in a hurry. I didn't tell anyone. Not that day. Not for years. Because what could I say? That the blanket barrier had failed? That something had reached through the only safety I had and touched me like it owned the space? Who would believe that? But it didn't stop there. For the next few nights, I slept with the light on. My parents complained, but I pretended I was just scared of the storm that had rolled through earlier that week. They didn't question it much. Kids and fears, they thought, temporary. It came back the 5th night. Same hour, same feeling, like being pulled out of sleep by invisible fingers tugging at my awareness. The air felt heavy again, pressing down on my chest before I even moved. I was too scared to hide this time. I just lay there, eyes wide, staring at the ceiling, blanket pulled only to my chest. I thought maybe if I stayed still enough, it wouldn't come. Maybe it only touched me because I was under the covers. Maybe it needed me to hide first. I was wrong. This time, the poke came right in the center of my chest. No blanket between us, just my pajama shirt and the cold air of my room. It wasn't angry. It wasn't rough. It was slow, soft. 2 fingers again, like a parent testing if their child had a fever. But it wasn't comforting. It was assessing, measuring. I wanted to scream. I didn't. I couldn't. My eyes darted around the room, searching for movement, but there was nothing. No shadows where they shouldn't be. No glowing eyes. No hand pulling back as if it had overstepped. Just empty air. The poke came again, higher this time, near my collarbone. I flinched, finally, and sat up in bed so fast the room tilted. Nothing. My bedroom door was closed. The hallway light was off. No sign of anyone or anything out of place. I jumped from the bed, ran to the corner, and flicked on the small desk lamp. The warm glow didn't make the room feel safer. It just made the empty space around my bed feel more deliberate, like whatever it was had stepped aside just in time. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I sat with my back to the wall, knees hugged to my chest, staring at the bed like it had betrayed me. That weekend, I asked my parents if I could move my bed. I made up a reason about wanting more space for playing or needing better light for reading. My mom laughed and told me I was nesting like a squirrel. My dad grumbled and helped me slide it to the other side of the room, away from the window and closer to the door. I slept fine the next 2 nights. No waking, no pokes, just silence. But on the 3rd night it found me again. It didn't matter where the bed was. It didn't matter how much light I left on, or whether the covers were over me or not. At 12:17 a.m., I woke up, not gradually, not from a dream. It was as sudden as a slap. I was lying on my side, blanket half off, facing the room, and it poked me again, right between my shoulder blades. I spun over so fast the sheets tangled around my legs. Nothing, just open space. This time, though, I didn't stay silent. I shouted, a strangled, sharp cry. Not a word, just a sound that forced its way out. Seconds later, my bedroom door burst open, and my mom came in, eyes bleary, robe half-tied. I told her someone had touched me. She looked at the window, still locked. She checked under the bed, in the closet, even behind the curtain. She told me I must have dreamed it. I begged to sleep in their room. That became the new routine. Weeks passed. I slept on a mattress on the floor of my parents' bedroom. Nothing happened there. I was safe, and like all things, the memory dulled. I started going back to my room during the day, playing, reading. I convinced myself I'd imagined the whole thing, and then, one night I forgot to check the time. I was reading in bed just for a little while under the lamp. The mattress on the floor in my parents' room was still waiting. I just wanted a few minutes in my own space. The next thing I remember is waking up, in my bed, covers up to my neck. Light off. The clock read 12:16, and before I could move, it poked me. Not once, but 3 times. Shoulder, hip, back of the thigh, as if it was reminding me it knew every part of me, like it had missed me. I bolted from the bed, screamed the whole way to my parents' room. After that, my dad moved the bed out completely. I slept in their room for months. Eventually, we got a bunk bed set up in the guest room downstairs. It wasn't the same, but I never went back to my old room. We moved out a year later. I never explained why. Not to friends, not to my parents. I couldn't. It sounded stupid. The blanket didn't work. Isn't the kind of thing that makes sense to anyone who hasn't felt it. But sometimes I still wake up around 12:17 a.m. and I don't move because I swear I can feel the air shift around me, like something is still looking for me and wondering why I stopped playing our little game. It started with the stairs. We had just moved into the house. A quiet street, brick homes all in a line, trimmed hedges, those little solar-powered garden lights flickering at night. I was 8, maybe 9. My bedroom was upstairs, second door on the left, just past the landing. Everything seemed fine for the first couple of weeks. I'd unpacked my boxes, set up my books, my little green lamp on the desk. But the stairs, those stairs started feeling wrong almost immediately. They creaked too loudly, like they were echoing through something bigger than the house. Every time I climbed them, I felt like I was being watched. Not in a general way, like I could point to it. The feeling came from behind, right down where the stairs turned at the halfway point, just past the sharp corner where the hallway split. It wasn't constant. It was worse when the sun went down, and I had to go up to bed. I started to delay brushing my teeth slowly, fake yawning to make it seem like I was already sleepy downstairs. Anything to avoid having to go up first, but eventually Mom or Dad would flick off the living room light, and I'd have to go. The first time I saw her, it was like a memory I didn't know I had. I wasn't even looking for anything. I was just halfway up, 1 foot on the 5th stair, when I saw it in my head. A woman. Her jaw was open, no, unhinged. Hanging low, wrong, like it had been snapped but never put back. Her hair was long and matted, greasy enough to clump like wet seaweed, strands sticking to her cheeks. And her eyes weren't looking at me. Not exactly. They were locked somewhere above me, like she was already chasing. I could see her in my head, but I could also feel her on the stairs. Behind me, I ran the rest of the way up and slammed the door. Mom said it was just a dream, that I was probably sleepy and imagined it mid-step, that I wasn't even tired, and it wasn't like a dream. It was clearer than anything I'd ever pictured before. Not blurry or floaty, detailed, specific. Her clothes weren't right. She looked like she was wearing someone else's skin, or maybe just a giant saggy outfit, bulky, dirty, like a padded costume someone had slept in for years. That wasn't the only time. A few days later, I was walking past the stairs in broad daylight. When I heard her, it was sudden, sharp, one scream like someone had jumped out to startle me. Right from the edge of the stairs, a woman's voice, furious and cracking. I whipped around, but there was no one. No movement, nothing. I didn't tell anyone about the scream. From then on, it was like she was waiting, not always on the stairs. Sometimes it was around the corner to the kitchen. Once, I heard her whispering from behind the coat closet. I couldn't make out words, just the tone. Harsh, female, angry, and always just out of reach, just around the bend, like she was leaning and watching, but staying just far enough back. There was no pattern, not one I could figure out, but there were signs. The air felt heavier before she came. The kind of pressure you feel before a thunderstorm, only it wasn't outside. It was in the walls, in my chest. I'd started taking the stairs 2 at a time. Even when it was light out, my mom got annoyed, said I was going to fall and crack my skull. But she didn't know what was waiting behind me when I took them slow, and then came the second image. It wasn't like before. This one didn't appear all at once. It built in my head like something crawling up from under my thoughts. I was lying in bed. The room was quiet, just the hum of the desk lamp. I hadn't heard her that day, hadn't even seen the stairs, but suddenly, there she was, clear as glass. She was crouched. That was the worst part. She was on the stairs, leaning forward, her arms too long and too low for where her knees bent. Her jaw still hung open. Only now there was something like a groan slipping out of it. No tongue, no words, just that awful sticky sound of someone breathing through their throat. Too wet, too close. She was waiting for me to come back down. I stayed in bed until the sun came up. I didn't sleep. There was one time. I was brave. Or stupid. It was a Saturday morning. The house was quiet. I thought maybe if I stood at the top of the stairs and stared long enough, I could convince myself there was nothing there. Just wood and carpet and air. I leaned over the railing, just slightly. My ears started ringing. It wasn't sharp. More like pressure again. Deep. pushing against the inside of my head, and then the whispering came back. I still couldn't understand it. It wasn't words, just intent. She was angry. She didn't want me there. Or maybe she did. Maybe that's why she was screaming. Because I wouldn't come closer. I backed away and shut my door. Things started disappearing after that. Small things. A shoe. My toothbrush. A sock from the hamper. Nothing major, just enough to make me start checking behind doors. Under the bed, between the dresser and the wall. Once I found my missing shirt crumpled on the stairs on the 5th step. The same place I'd been standing when I first saw her in my head. I didn't touch it. I got my mom to come pick it up, pretending I'd dropped it accidentally. She teased me for being lazy, said I needed to take better care of my stuff. I just nodded. I never told her the real reason. One night, I don't even remember what day. It all boiled over. I was in bed again. The door cracked just a little. I'd gotten into the habit of keeping it open an inch or two, just so I could hear if someone was walking around. But that night, I regretted it. I woke up to the sound of footsteps. Slow ones. Coming up the stairs. Not heavy, but not light either. Like something bulky, padded, like someone wearing boots stuffed with cloth. The steps stopped at the landing. Then there was a pause. I thought maybe it was my dad going to the bathroom, but there was no bathroom noise, just the sound of breathing, shallow and uneven, from just past the crack in my door. Then came the scream. Not loud, not this time, not even full voice, but close. Right at the edge of the crack, like someone had pressed their face against it and hissed the sound directly into the gap. I sat up straight, every part of me shaking. There was no one in the hall. I slammed the door and locked it. I didn't sleep that night either. After that, I refused to go up the stairs alone. My parents got frustrated, but eventually they gave up and started walking me up themselves. I never told them the full reason. I just said the house felt weird. The woman never left my head. Even now, years later, I can still see her crouched on the stairs, her limbs too long, her mouth split and hanging, that horrible greasy hair swinging down like curtains. The last time I felt her, really felt her, was the day we moved out. I was standing in the living room, waiting while my dad did a final walkthrough. He came down the stairs slowly, like he was listening for something. He looked pale, sweaty. He wouldn't tell me why, but as we left, I saw him glance back at the stairs, and for just a second his eyes locked on the 5th step, the same place she waited for me. He never said anything about it, and I never asked, but sometimes when I close my eyes, I can still feel her just around the corner, just out of reach, screaming from behind the walls. It was a clear afternoon when we drove out to see the new housing development. We'd been living in Japan for almost 3 years at that point, and while our rental in Yokohama was decent enough, my wife and I had started thinking about something more permanent, especially with our son getting older. Her mother, visiting from Osaka, had come along for the weekend and insisted on joining the tour. She had that look in her eye, the one she wore when she was trying to read the air of a place. The development was on the outskirts of town. Not quite countryside, not quite city. Rows of gleaming white 2-story homes stood like models in a showroom. Everything was too clean, too perfect. Even the streets seemed freshly painted. The sidewalks untouched by time. There were no other people around, no children playing, no sounds but the gravel crunching under our tires. The realtor met us outside House 12. She was cheerful and polite, bowing low and greeting us with rehearsed warmth. Her name tag was pristine, her shoes spotless. As we walked toward the house, I noticed the wind had stopped. The leaves on the nearby saplings didn't flutter. There was a stillness to the air I couldn't place. We stepped inside. The entryway smelled faintly of plaster and cedar. She walked us through the first floor open layout. Pale wood floors. Minimalist kitchen. Every corner smelled new. My son darted from room to room, his sneakers squeaking slightly, but his excitement was subdued. He kept glancing at the ceiling. We moved upstairs. The second floor held 3 bedrooms and a small study. The moment we hit the landing, I heard it, a steady, dull hammering. Tap, tap, tap. From the room at the far end. The realtor paused, her back stiffening slightly. She gave a tight smile and said it was probably the workers finishing up some of the other units. It carries in these hallways, she said, but the sound wasn't muffled, not distant. It was right there. My wife walked ahead and opened the door to the master bedroom. It was empty. No tools, no scaffolding, no sign of anyone having worked there recently. But the hammering didn't stop. We stood still. Tap, tap, tap. Same rhythm. No variation. It was as if someone or something was repeating the motion on a loop behind the far wall. I stepped closer, placing my palm flat against the surface. The vibrations were faint but present. My mother-in-law didn't enter the room. She remained in the hallway, her mouth slightly open, eyes fixed on the window. She whispered something in Kansai dialect that I didn't catch, then crossed herself, an old habit from her Christian schooling, something she rarely did anymore. That's when the first crow hit the window. It came from nowhere. A black blur followed by a loud thwack as its body slammed into the glass. We all jumped. My son screamed. A second crow followed, striking with more force. Then a third. The glass rattled in its frame, but didn't break. They kept coming. Within seconds, a swarm of them, dozens, were hurling themselves against the master bedroom windows. Not just flapping or perching, but full-speed collisions, as if trying to break through or knock themselves out. Their bodies twisted mid-air, just before impact, wings folding slightly, beaks forward. Each hit made a sound like a wet fist on a windshield. My wife pulled our son close. The realtor stepped back into the hallway, murmuring into her phone. My mother-in-law didn't move. Her lips moved soundlessly. One of the crows had smeared blood on the glass. Then, just as suddenly as it began, it stopped. The crows dropped. They fell from the air like stones, landing on the narrow ledge outside or plummeting into the hedges below. Not dead. Most of them twitched or flapped weakly, but unmoving in a way that was somehow worse. The silence that followed was complete. I took a slow step back from the window. The hammering had stopped too. The realtor lowered her phone without finishing the call. She bowed quickly, too quickly, and said the tour was over. "There's been an issue," she said. No further explanation. She urged us downstairs. Her smile was gone. Outside, the air felt heavy. The rows of houses no longer looked pristine. They looked empty, deserted, as if they'd always been that way. My son asked if the birds were okay. My wife told him they were just resting. My mother-in-law didn't say anything until we were back in the car, and even then it was only a single sentence. "We won't speak of this here." I glanced back at House 12 as we drove away. The windows of the master bedroom caught the sun, reflecting it in a dull glare. No sign of the crows, no sign of the hammering, but something had happened in that room. Something no one could explain. We never heard from the realtor again. No follow-up email. No sales call. Nothing. When I checked the development's listing online a few days later, House 12 was gone. Not sold, just missing. As if it had never existed in the first place. We kept renting. We stopped house hunting altogether for a while. But sometimes, usually at night, I still hear it faint and steady. Tap. 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 Not from the apartment, but from somewhere beyond the walls. I try to ignore it. We never went back to that development. I never found out what had caused the birds to behave like that, or where the hammering had really come from. No one talks about it, but I know what I saw. We don't talk about it much anymore. Not out of shame, but because of the way it settles into a room when it's spoken aloud. Heavy, final, like wet earth dropping onto a casket lid. I only heard it from my grandfather once, and even then he paused so many times I thought he might give up telling it at all. His father and grandfather, the two who witnessed it firsthand, never fished at night again after that. Never went near the North Fork after dark either. Not even for a dare. It happened back in the early 1900s. long before electric lights ran through that part of Kentucky. Midnight meant real darkness, not just a dim stretch of road between gas station glows. You could walk a mile along the riverbank and not see a single man-made light, just the shimmer of moonlight on water, if the clouds weren't too thick. There were 4 of them out that night. My great-grandfather Samuel and his father Elijah, plus 2 other men from their small community, brothers, I think, by the names of Tom and Everett Collins. All of them worked hard lives and fished to feed their families. Night was best. The fish bit better, and it left the day clear for farming or cutting wood or whatever work needed doing. They'd set up along a bend where the river narrowed and deepened, known for catfish as fat as a man's forearm. It was late summer, still warm enough for the air to hold on to the day's heat, though the fog had started to rise low from the river's surface. One of them, Elijah, I believe, commented that the water sounded strange that night. Not the usual swish and lap. It had a rhythm to it, like something pulsing. Nobody paid it much mind. Not at first. They were quiet, watching their lines, half dozing between bites. Then Tom straightened up, slowly, like his body heard something before his ears did. A sound rising upstream. Not a splash. Not a bird call. A tune. Faint, but getting closer. A funeral hymn. They didn't speak. They just listened. All 4 of them sat motionless on the bank, rods forgotten in the dirt. The music floated across the water like it had no source. No instruments. No voices. Just the tune itself, drifting through the fog. Everett squinted upriver, expecting to see a lantern, or maybe a boat with mourners singing. But there was no light, no silhouette, just the fog curling like smoke. And then the boat came. It moved slowly, directly down the middle of the river, cutting a clean line through the fog. No oars, no sail, no motor, just gliding, smooth as sleep. Inside it, nestled lengthwise, was a long, old-fashioned hickory casket. The wood was dark and soaked, as if it had been submerged, and the brass handles were greened with age. No one steered, no one followed. The music swelled as it passed them, but the boat itself made no sound. Samuel said his father reached out, not close enough to touch it, but raised his hand instinctively, like you would when something brushes past in a crowd. But the boat didn't slow. It didn't drift. It stayed its course like it had somewhere specific to go. None of them moved until it was out of sight. Then Everett, shaking like a fever patient, whispered that he'd seen something. Not in the boat, but above it, like a shape hanging in the air. Right above the casket, just for a second, and then it was gone. Tom started praying, out loud. Not just a mutter, but a full-voiced plea for protection. That snapped the others out of it. Elijah gathered their rods without a word. Samuel lit the lantern, and even though the wick caught right away, the flame danced low and dim like it didn't want to shine. They walked home. All 4 of them. Left the bait, the catch, even the bucket. Just turned and walked, fast and silent, down the path they knew better than their own homes. My grandfather said his father refused to speak for the rest of the night. He just sat at the table until dawn, still wearing his boots. After that, none of them went back out there after sundown. Not for fishing, not for anything. Everett left the area entirely a few months later, packed up and moved to Ohio, claimed he needed better work, but folks said he wouldn't go near the water, even in daylight by the time he left. The story passed down quiet, not a family legend, more like a bruise you didn't poke. My grandfather only told me because I'd mentioned fishing that same bend with a friend one night. He caught my arm firm as a vice and said no. Then he told me why. He was a plain man, not superstitious, worked 30 years in the mines, never took a sick day, but he looked different when he talked about that night. Like the years peeled back and he was watching it happen again through his father's eyes. The thing that stuck with him most wasn't the casket. It was the music. He could hum it. Even then, a dry, trembling tune that dropped into silence like a stone falling through deep water. No lyrics, just that same hymn, impossibly slow and solemn. Moving on without them, I asked if it could have been a trick, a prank, a funeral boat set loose upstream, maybe with a wind-up phonograph. He didn't answer for a long time. Finally, he said, "Ain't no river current that runs upstream, and none that brings music with it. I never fish that bend at night. I've walked past it plenty, but always with the sun up and someone beside me. Even then, the place feels wrong. The trees lean in too close. The water holds sound in a way it shouldn't. Some nights when the fog's thick and the wind dies down, I think I hear it, that slow, mournful melody threading through the dark. No source, no boat, just the tune, drifting like a memory no one asked for. I tell myself it's just the current playing tricks. But I don't stop walking, and I don't look back. Not anymore." It was my grandfather who told me about the door, not a metaphorical one. A real door, white, 3-paneled, hanging in the sky like it belonged there. He never made a big thing of it. It came out quiet, the way things do when you're not trying to convince anyone, just remembering something that never went away. He'd been 15, same as me when I first heard the story. We were sitting on the back porch of the old one-room house he grew up in, sipping iced tea with the bugs humming and the screen door moaning soft in the breeze. He pointed up, not directly overhead, but off toward the edge of the pasture, above the tree line, said it was about 500 feet high, hung up there plain as day, a door, with a lantern swinging under it, flame flickering like it was inside a cabin, not suspended in the empty blue of a late summer sky. I laughed. I thought he was joking. He just nodded. Slow, said my uncle was there too. Not a man yet, just a skinny, sharp-eyed boy who chewed matchsticks and hardly spoke. That day had been still, the air heavy, the sort of heat that makes the horizon shimmer, and the world go soft at the edges. He said they were barefoot, throwing rocks at fence posts, dust on their heels. A dragonfly had zipped past and caught his eye, only it wasn't the dragonfly that held his attention. It was something beyond it. Something bright and not right. He squinted, then stopped walking. "There's a door up there," he told his brother. They both stared. He figured at first it was some trick, maybe a billboard frame caught in a tree, or a weather balloon with something dangling from it. But no, it wasn't moving. The door hung perfectly still, straight and clean in the sky. The edges were too sharp, too square. It didn't spin or sway, just stayed like it had always been there. And the lantern, that was the strangest part. A little metal thing, old-looking, with a hook that curled up into the bottom panel of the door. Flame inside it danced steady, yellow-orange, not blue like a gas jet. They could see the flicker even from the ground. The sun caught the glass and sent tiny glares flashing down at them. They stood in the dry grass and argued about it for nearly an hour. Neither of them wanted to walk away. They shouted once toward the house, but no one answered. His mother was likely at the general store. Their father was gone working the timber roads that week. He remembered thinking about ladders. Could a ladder reach that high? If they built one from every fence plank and porch board in the county, could they touch it? He imagined climbing through the empty sky, feet pressing down on rungs of borrowed wood, each step swaying just a bit more than the last. He pictured his hand closing around the knob, fingers sweating. Unsure what might wait behind the white, they got tired, sat down on the porch step. The door didn't blink, didn't shift, just hung like a painting pinned against the atmosphere. Sometimes birds passed by. Far below, once a red-tailed hawk made a wide circle beneath it, then veered off like it didn't want to get too close. Another time, clouds began forming behind the hill, and the boys worried the door would vanish, but the clouds rolled under it, then away, and the door stayed. Even the lantern's flame kept burning through the changing light. Hours passed. The sun tilted west. He swore the light from the lantern got dimmer as the day wore on. Not fading in color, just softer, less urgent, like the wick was drawing thin or the oil running dry. And when the light finally guttered out, there was no smoke, no pop of glass, just darkness, and then nothing. The door itself remained a while longer, but when the boys blinked, they found it smaller, fainter. It shrank down without moving, like someone pulling it away without sound or trail. Eventually it was just a speck, then gone. They didn't speak of it for days, not because they were scared, but because they weren't sure what to say. Who would believe two barefoot kids in a hot field claiming they'd watched a door float in the sky all afternoon? Years later, they still hadn't decided what it was. My grandfather leaned on the porch rail and watched the wind fold over the grass. He told me he never saw it again. He asked around a little, quietly, but no one else had noticed anything that day. No power outages, no flight paths disrupted, just an ordinary Tuesday in an ordinary summer, except for the impossible. He said the strangest thing was how certain it had been. Not flashy, not threatening, just there, out of place in every way, and yet steady as stone. I asked him what he thought would have happened if he'd somehow reached it, opened it, stepped through. He didn't answer right away, just stared at the sky, the same patch above the trees where he'd first seen it. Finally, he said he didn't think the door was for going through. Not then, maybe not ever. Maybe it was just to be seen, and maybe that was enough. I didn't know what to do with that. I tried to picture it how it must have looked, so clean and white against the blue, with a single perfect flame beneath. I stared at the sky long after the story ended, wondering if anything might return. It never did. Still, every time I visit that porch, I catch myself glancing up, not hoping, not afraid, just watching. The way he did with something like quiet curiosity, the same as it began. The first time I saw them, I thought it was just my eyes playing tricks on me. I was 8 then, living with my grandparents in a double-wide trailer deep in a holler in eastern Kentucky. Nights out there stretched on forever, pitch black and quiet except for the whip-poor wills and the far-off rustle of leaves. We were miles from the main road, tucked in between thick woods and ridgelines that swallowed the sun early every evening. I had my own room, but I never slept well in it. Something about the stillness unsettled me. My grandparents kept the place clean, but it always felt damp, like the walls soaked in the air from the forest outside. I'd wake up in the night and swear the wallpaper was breathing. It started with the closet doors. Every morning, without fail, they'd be open. Not wide, just ajar, enough to see the edge of the clothes hanging inside, or the pale sliver of the back wall. I made a point of shutting them tight each night, even pushing an old shoe against one as a wedge. Didn't matter. Next morning, there they were again, cracked open like someone had taken a peek in the dark and forgotten to shut them. I told Mama. She said it was the wood shifting from the cold. Papa just grunted, not one to talk much anyway. They weren't the type to entertain ghost stories, so I kept quiet after that. But then I started seeing the little figures. It wasn't every night, just here and there, fast flickers in the corner of my eye, mostly when I was walking from my room to the bathroom. Always late, always when the trailer was dead quiet except for the fridge humming and the creak of the roof settling. They were small, not quite child-sized, but wrong in a way I couldn't name. They moved low to the ground, fast and jittery like squirrels, but smoother too, more deliberate. I'd round a corner and catch one slipping past the hallway light into the kitchen, or darting under the dining table. I tried to follow once, barefoot and shaky, but when I got to the other room there was nothing, just the cold linoleum under my feet, and the heavy dark pressing at the windows. Sometimes I'd wake up to the sound of footsteps, soft but not dragging like a grown-up's. Lighter, almost playful. They'd start near the living room, shuffle toward the hallway, then vanish before reaching my door. I didn't tell anyone. I didn't want them to think I was making things up. And then there was the woman. I saw her for the first time in the bathroom. It was around 2 a.m. The clock above the stove always glowed faint green, and I remember squinting at it as I passed through the kitchen. I'd had a bad dream, or maybe just that gnawing unease again, so I'd gotten up to pee. The trailer felt colder than usual. When I opened the bathroom door, I froze. There she was, curled up on the floor, her back to me, shaking like she was crying but not making a sound. Just that awful, quiet convulsion of someone trying to hold it in. Her dark hair was matted, and her arms wrapped tight around her knees. She looked soaked, like she'd come in from the rain, but it hadn't rained in days. I backed away, heart hammering. The door swung half shut behind me. I turned and ran back to bed, pulled the covers up to my chin, and lay there until morning. When I finally checked again, the bathroom was empty, dry floor, clean towels. No trace of her. She started showing up more often after that. Always at night, always the same fetal position, trembling, never looking up. Once I caught a glimpse of her face in the mirror as I backed out of the room. Her eyes were open, staring at nothing, empty, like she'd been crying for years and had nothing left to give. I tried telling my mom. She'd moved back in with us after things fell apart with her boyfriend. She slept in the back room, next to mine, and worked the night shift at the gas station on the highway. I figured if anyone would believe me, it'd be her. She listened, sort of, smoked a cigarette while I talked, nodded a few times but didn't say much. Just told me to stop reading those scary books from the library. One night, she saw the woman too. I heard her scream, sharp, sudden, like someone had grabbed her. Mama came rushing out of her room, Papa right behind. We found my mom standing in the bathroom doorway, white as a sheet. She couldn't speak at first, just kept shaking her head. Later, she told us she'd gone in to wash her face and saw the woman crouched in the tub, curled up like a child, sobbing without sound. After that, no one really talked about it, but we all started leaving lights on. Even Papa stopped turning off the hall light at night, which he used to yell at me about. The small figures didn't stop either. In fact, they got bolder. I'd be watching TV in the living room and catch one scuttling across the doorway. Once, Mama swore she saw one peeking out from behind the recliner. Just a pair of small eyes and a tuft of something that might have been hair. She yelled and threw a shoe at it, but by the time I looked, it was gone. Then came the trolls. That's what Papa called them. Damn trolls in the walls, he muttered one morning after we found every cupboard in the kitchen wide open. Dishes stacked wrong, food pulled halfway out of boxes. He thought it was mice at first, or raccoons getting in somehow, but nothing ever set off the traps he laid. It was like the house was being lived in by something else, something we couldn't see during the day, but which crept out after sundown. The air changed around dusk, got heavier, like the woods were pressing in closer. The birds stopped singing earlier. Even the dogs from the neighbors down the holler stopped barking after dark. We kept the doors locked, windows shut, blinds drawn. But that feeling of being watched never went away. There was one night I'll never forget. It was late autumn. Leaves already gone from the trees, wind hissing through the bare branches. My mom was at work, Papa asleep, and Mama in her rocker with the TV on low. I got up to pee and found the bathroom door open, light off. I stood in the hallway staring. The woman was there again, but she wasn't on the floor this time. She was standing in front of the mirror, head tilted like she was trying to recognize herself. Her reflection didn't match her movements. When she turned her head, the image lagged behind like a bad video feed buffering. She looked at me through the mirror, not directly, but through it. Her eyes locked onto mine like she saw everything. Every night I'd watched from the shadows. Every time I'd frozen in fear and done nothing. My knees buckled. I slammed the door shut and ran back to bed. Didn't sleep until daylight. After that, I started noticing other things. Scratches on the inside of my closet door. Small crescent-shaped gouges in the floor near the baseboards. My drawings went missing from the fridge, then reappeared folded neatly under my pillow. Once, I woke up to find all my toys lined up facing the window, like they'd been watching something outside. My mom moved out again a few months later, took a job in Lexington. I stayed with Mama and Papa because the schools were better there, or so they said, but I think she just couldn't stand the place anymore. She never talked about it again. Years went by. I moved out eventually, went to college, started a life of my own, but I still visit sometimes. Mama passed. Papa's in a home now. The trailer's mostly empty, sagging into the earth like it's tired. I went back recently, just to see it. walked through the rooms, silent and still. Everything was smaller than I remembered, but the closets, they were open. Just slightly, just enough. I shut them all. As I walked down the hallway, I thought I heard something, tiny footsteps. The faintest sound of crying behind the bathroom door. I didn't open it. I just stood there, heart racing, eyes fixed on the handle. The air was cold. The light from the window didn't reach the end of the hall. It never did. I turned and left. But even now, days later, I still feel them watching. Not in the childish monsters under the bed kind of way. More like the way a rabbit watches the trail line at dusk, knowing something's out there, something that knows how to wait. Even as an adult, I kept a soft lamp on in the hallway, just enough to bleed under the doorframe and dull the corners of the room. I'd always hated the dark. It was one of those nights where the heat presses down like a second blanket. No breeze, just the ceiling fan ticking in slow, lazy circles above us. My husband Josh lay beside me, chest rising steady in sleep. I remember shifting the sheet to one side, my skin sticking to the fabric, then blinking up at the fan. I couldn't sleep. I didn't feel tired so much as aware, hyper-aware. The air felt colder around my ankles. That made no sense. The fan wasn't even pointed at the bed. Then I felt it, something touching me. When it started, I thought it was just the heat. My arms and legs suddenly felt too heavy. I tried to roll over, nothing. My body refused to move. My breath stayed shallow. Panic edged in quick. I'd had sleep paralysis before. I knew the drill, don't fight it, wait it out, stay calm. But this time something was wrong. Fingers, pulling, gripping. The thin, cold fingers wrapped around my left ankle. Another hand clutched my right wrist. Not resting, not still. I couldn't scream. I couldn't even flinch. I just stared at the ceiling, mouth slightly open, trying to move anything. My eyes flicked to the side, hoping to catch Josh, to will him awake somehow. The pressure increased, not violent, but determined. It was dragging me. My leg began to slide, inch by inch toward the edge of the bed. Then my hip, my shoulder. My body felt like it was tilting, slipping off in slow motion. It wasn't a dream. I felt the mattress compress and shift under my weight as I moved. I heard the faint creak of the bed frame. The skin under those hands tingled, not numb, but freezing, like metal in winter. I was halfway off the bed before I could move again. It snapped back, all at once. My lungs sucked in air like I'd been drowning. I gasped, flailing out of the grip that wasn't there anymore, scrambling backward up the mattress. Josh sat bolt upright beside me, the motion jolting him awake. "You okay?" he asked, still half asleep. Josh reached over and touched my ankle. "You're freezing," he said. "I thought I felt you move." The bed shifted like you were getting up or something. I just stared at him. I couldn't answer right away. My mouth moved, but no words came. I clutched my wrist. It still felt cold. That was the first night. The next morning, I stood in the bathroom, inspecting the faint impressions on my skin. Not bruises. Nothing so dramatic. Just slightly lighter spots. One on my wrist, one on my ankle, like pressure marks after someone's held on too long. I didn't show Josh. He'd only worry. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a dream layered on top of sleep paralysis. Maybe I kicked the sheet off weird. But none of that explained the pulling sensation, or how I'd woken up half off the bed. 3 nights later, I refused to go to sleep. I stayed up watching reruns with the volume low, waiting until dawn before finally closing my eyes. Nothing happened. The night after, I gave in around 3 a.m. I told myself I was being paranoid. That was the night it touched my face. And it didn't explain what kept happening after that. I whimpered. It was the only sound I could make. The hand stayed there for what felt like a full minute. Then it left. It started the same. Frozen limbs. The ceiling fan blurring in my vision. But this time it didn't go for my ankle or my wrist. I felt the weight of fingers settle gently along my cheek, like someone cupping my face, A thumb brushed beneath my eye. The cold burrowed into my bones. Josh said I looked pale, like I hadn't slept at all. I hadn't. I avoided the bedroom the next 2 nights entirely. Slept on the couch with all the lights on. Nothing touched me out there, but I couldn't avoid our room forever. That time, I didn't move until morning. It didn't care. Eventually, I went back. I started setting up barriers. Stupid things. Pillows along the edge of the bed. Salt lines I read about online. An old pendant from my grandmother, left on the nightstand like some kind of charm. I was awake when it came back. The paralysis didn't come all at once this time. It crawled over me slowly, starting with my toes working its way up. I could feel my muscles locking, breath hitching. My heart pounded, and not from fear, something else. Anticipation, like my body remembered what was coming. I turned off the phone and waited. I'd only been in bed 10 minutes. Scrolling through my phone, Josh already snoring softly beside me. I felt the shift before I saw anything, like static crawling up my spine. The hand gripped my wrist again, same as before. The fingers were impossibly long, wrapping farther than they should have. I felt the tug begin, but this time I fought back. I tried to wrench my arm away. It didn't move. My body refused. Still, I strained. Every part of me screamed to resist. The bed creaked again, louder now. I could feel the edge beneath my shoulder blades. The grip vanished. I gasped. Body finally under my control again, rolling back toward the center of the mattress. Josh rubbed his eyes and looked at me. Then suddenly, Josh jerked awake. I felt it again, he said. The bed moved, like something was pulling you. We sat in silence for a long time after that. Neither of us slept. From then on, we started documenting it. The second night, the footage caught me sliding, just slightly toward the edge of the bed. Not walking, not thrashing, just slowly moving like someone was dragging a mannequin. We put a motion-activated camera in the bedroom. Night vision. High res. I wasn't even sure what I hoped to catch. Maybe proof I was sleepwalking. Maybe a reason to call a doctor instead of a priest. The first night, nothing. I started wearing long sleeves to bed. Not because of the cold, it was still sweltering at night, but to keep those hands off my skin. I thought maybe it would help. Some kind of barrier. No one else visible. Josh reviewed it 3 times. He didn't say a word. It didn't. Josh started sleeping lighter. He'd wake up at the slightest twitch. One night, he grabbed my arm mid-pull, yelling my name. I snapped out of it instantly, gasping like I'd been underwater. They gripped harder. I started waking with bruises. Real ones this time. Long, narrow marks like someone had been trying to pull me through a narrow gap. The skin on my wrist looked stretched, angry. He swore he saw something move away from me. Not a shape, not a shadow, just a presence. Air displaced, like watching smoke get sucked into a vent. But deep down, I knew it wouldn't matter. We considered leaving the room entirely. Sleep in the guest room. Sleep anywhere else. It was me. It wasn't the room. Whatever this was, it didn't want to kill me. Not yet. It wanted to take me somewhere. The bed was just a portal. A mouth, maybe. And I was getting closer to falling in every night. The last night we slept in that room, I went to bed fully dressed, shoes and all. I wanted traction if I had to fight again. Josh stayed awake longer than I did, watching me. Then the cold came. I remember drifting off, his hand resting on mine. It was different this time. Stronger. The grip was immediate, like it had been waiting, impatient. My body didn't just slide, it jolted. My heels dragged across the sheet. So did it. Josh grabbed my waist. He pulled. It was a tug of war with me as the rope. I couldn't breathe. The pressure was unbearable, like my joints were going to pop. I remember the smell of ozone like right before a lightning strike. Then something snapped. Not in my body, but in the air. That night, we left the bedroom for good. We both fell backward onto the bed, breathless. Josh had tears in his eyes. Not from fear relief. It let go. We don't talk about it much now. We sleep in the living room. Lights on, always. The bedroom door stays shut. We keep the camera off. It hasn't happened again, but sometimes, in the middle of the night, I wake up to that familiar weight in the air, and I swear I can feel the cold brush of fingers just outside the blanket's edge. It was 2:30 in the morning when I decided we'd had enough. Not because we were drunk, we weren't, but because something in the air around the checkmate had changed. The place was quieter than usual, sure, but that wasn't it. It felt prickly, like the atmosphere had barbs. I remember glancing at my date, Liv, standing next to me outside the bar, just beneath the buzz of the old neon sign. Her arms were crossed, eyes drifting toward the dark tree line beside the Thompson house next door. That building always creeped her out. Tonight it was getting to me too. We had just stepped out to get some air. Liv liked to stand on the gravel path between the checkmate and the trees. It gave her a little break from the warmth and sweat of the bar's interior. The checkmate is one of those bars with character. Brick and timber bones from the 1800s, heavy wood doors, a warped floor that made every step a small gamble. I was a regular there, not a big drinker, just a familiar face. The bartenders knew me, nodded when I walked in. That kind of place. Tonight, the usual bartender, Shane, wasn't on. It was Gary instead. Mid-50s ponytail. Always looked half awake. He'd been grumbling about something earlier when I got our last round. Said he'd been down in the cellar restocking and came back up white as a sheet. I thought he was just tired or pissed off about something mundane, but he said while checking over his shoulder that a bottle of gin had flown off the shelf and shattered 2 feet from his head. Said he hadn't touched anything, said it came at him. At the time, I smiled and shrugged. Old building, maybe something shifted, but now, standing out back with Liv, that creeping tension made me remember Gary's face. Not the story, his face. The way his hand was shaking as he wiped the bar. We heard the sound right after I kissed her cheek. A sharp, deep thump like something heavy had landed, just a few feet from us. It was dense. Not a bottle, not a branch. I stepped back, immediately scanning the gravel path and the tree line. That's when we saw it. A rock, about the size of a cantaloupe, was rolling to a stop near Liv's foot. The thing had real momentum. It didn't just fall, it had been thrown. She gasped and backed away. I bent down and touched it. Still cold, coarse edges. Definitely not from the gravel. My eyes darted to the trees, maybe 20 feet away. Pitch dark. No lights, no movement, just a thick cluster of old trunks swaying slightly in the breeze. But no one was there, and the way the rock had come in, its angle, it had to have come from the woods. I took a step forward, instinct more than reason. Something in me wanted to know. Not to investigate, not to solve anything, just to see if anything moved. Nothing did. Then I heard a low crack from the underbrush. Just one, like a footstep or a branch under weight. But still, nothing visible. I waited. No rustling, no leaves falling, no breathing. Just the sound of Liv behind me, her voice low and taut, telling me not to go any closer. I didn't. Instead, I turned and picked up the rock. It was heavy, ungodly heavy for something thrown with such force. I dropped it back onto the gravel and grabbed Liv's hand. We went back inside, not saying much. The air felt colder in the hallway between the back door and the bar proper. I chalked it up to nerves. Gary saw our faces before we even said anything. He was already pacing behind the counter. I asked him quietly if anyone else had been outside. He said no. Place was half empty. 3 guys playing darts. A couple nursing drinks. He looked at me hard and asked if we saw anything. I just told him about the rock. I didn't mention the sound, or the way it rolled like it had been launched. He didn't blink, just nodded slowly and muttered, "That'll be the second one tonight." I pressed him. "What do you mean, second?" He motioned for me to follow, and I left Liv at the booth. We went behind the bar, down the narrow hallway and into the back, past the kitchen, past the freezer, and into the cellar stairs. Gary stood at the top and pointed down. There, near the bottom step, was a shattered bottle. Clear glass everywhere, strong reek of gin. Nothing near it. Shelves lined the walls, dusty and thick with decades of grime. But one was bare. The bottle had been on that shelf, he said, and then just flew across the room. I asked if anyone else had seen it. He shook his head, said he was alone, said he was starting to feel like the building didn't want anyone in the cellar anymore. That was enough for me. I thanked him, grabbed Liv, and we left without finishing our drinks. Outside, the rock was gone. Lovell swore she hadn't seen anyone come or go. I hadn't either. We checked the gravel area together. Even under the bushes, nothing like it had been removed on purpose. As we walked toward my car, I heard a sound behind us, like a breath, drawn in through teeth. Not a hiss, not quite human either, just that low intake, sharp and sudden. We didn't turn around. I unlocked the car. She got in and I drove. The checkmate's still there, still serving. I haven't been back since. Gary left according to someone I ran into a few weeks later. Said he didn't even pick up his last paycheck, just stopped showing up. No one knows where he went. Sometimes when I think about that night, I wonder what would have happened if I had stepped into those trees. Just a few more feet, just past the gravel. Maybe that sound we heard, the thump, was a warning. Or maybe it was something else entirely, something staking out a line in the dirt that we weren't supposed to cross. And whatever it was, it made damn sure we never would again. It was 2:37 a.m. when I opened my eyes to the sound of crying, soft, distant, almost muffled, but unmistakably a baby. I laid still for a moment, heart suddenly awake before the rest of me had caught up. My son Mark was 5. He hadn't cried like that in years, and even when he did, it was louder, less delicate. This wasn't him. Still, I sat up, instinct overriding logic. My husband remained asleep beside me, mouth slightly open, chest rising in the slow rhythm of deep sleep. I waited, listening. The crying was coming from downstairs. Not the baby monitor, not the hallway. Downstairs. I grabbed my robe and tiptoed toward the hallway, careful not to wake Mark if it was him somehow. As I reached his door, I nudged it open. Just a crack. He was sprawled sideways on his bed, tangled in his blanket, mouth open, dead to the world. The sound didn't stop. A low, steady wail, like a newborn, but no variation. No hiccups or gasps. Just one long cry looped over itself like a tape recording. It made my skin crawl. I stepped back, pulling the door shut slowly behind me, then made my way downstairs. I turned on the hall light, then the kitchen. Each time my pulse skipped, bracing for something. Anything, but the house stayed still. The crying, however, kept going. I followed it into the living room, then toward the back hallway that led to the laundry room. Each step closer made it louder, more piercing. The laundry room was dark, the door slightly ajar. I pushed it open, reached for the switch, and silence. Just like that, the crying stopped. Not faded, not retreated. It cut off. The kind of abrupt silence that makes you feel like your ears are broken. I stood there for a long minute, staring into the washing machine's open mouth. Nothing. No sound. No movement. I backed away, flicking off the lights behind me, telling myself I'd imagined it, that maybe I'd had a dream that dragged me halfway out of sleep. By the time I was back in bed, I had almost convinced myself, until it happened again. It was during Mark's nap that same week. Around 1:15 p.m., I was reading in the bedroom, feet up, when I heard something fall, something heavy, not like a book or a toy. It had that hollow boom of a person slipping and landing. I rushed down the hall and threw open Mark's door. He was sideways again, his legs hanging off the bed like he'd been rotated in his sleep. But he was breathing steady, eyes closed, lips slack. I looked around the room. Nothing out of place. His toy chest was closed, his books still stacked neatly. Nothing had fallen. I moved toward him, gently touching his shoulder. He stirred, turned slightly, and settled back. When I stepped back into the hallway, something made me look at the closet. It was closed like always, but for a split second, just a blink, I could have sworn I saw the edge of it pull in, like a vacuum pulling something inward. I opened it, quick and impulsive, as if I could catch whatever was hiding, but it was the same as always. Clothes hanging, a few boxes on the floor, that dusty smell of old fabric. That night, I didn't mention it to my husband. I don't know why. I had planned to. I reheated dinner, watched the news, made jokes, but some part of me thought if I said it aloud I'd be making it real, and I wasn't ready for that. He brought it up first. 3 nights later, I woke up to him shouting. One sharp curse, loud enough to jolt me upright. He was halfway out of bed, kicking toward the footboard like he was trying to fight something off. What happened? I asked, scrambling toward him. He was breathing hard, sitting on the edge of the bed, rubbing his foot. There was someone standing there, he said after a second. Black figure, right at the edge of the bed. I thought it was a burglar. I tried to kick it, but my foot went through it. We sat in silence. The room was warm, but I was shivering. I wanted to ask if he was sure if he might have been dreaming. But the way he looked at me, clear, sharp, still on edge, told me he wasn't. I told him then about the crying, about Mark's position on the bed, about the closet. For a while we just sat, eyes flicking to the corners of the room, the shadows. From then on, things didn't stop. They didn't escalate. Exactly. But they persisted. Like the house was teasing us, testing us. Lights would turn off by themselves. Not flicker, turn off. We started leaving hallway lights on, but we'd find them dark in the morning. Mark never mentioned anything strange, but he started sleeping with the blanket pulled over his head. I tried asking him if he'd had bad dreams. He always said no, but once he told me, I don't like the closet anymore. It breathes sometimes. We didn't press him what could we even say. One night I heard whispering, not words, just the rhythm of speech, low and constant. I thought maybe it was the TV, but when I got up, I found it off. My husband was in the kitchen, staring into the sink. He looked up when I entered. You hear that? I nodded. And we stood there, not talking, letting it swirl around us. It didn't stop until we both said almost in sync, okay, and then it was gone. We tried ignoring it. That became the strategy. Like dealing with a toddler's tantrum. Don't react, and maybe it gets bored and leaves you alone, but it didn't. A few weeks later, I woke to find myself turned fully sideways in bed. My feet were hanging off one side, my shoulder jammed against the headboard. It was like someone had tried to drag me and given up. My back hurt for days, and my pillow was gone. We found it stuffed halfway into Mark's closet. That was the last time I let myself sleep deeply. After that, I started napping during the day, keeping watch at night. My husband did the same. We alternated like shift workers, but it wore us down. We became snappish, paranoid. We had the house checked, not by priests or paranormal teams, by electricians, contractors, people who could explain things rationally. They found nothing. No strange EMF readings, no issues with the wiring, no drafts or faulty vents, and no history. That was what puzzled me most. I pulled records. No deaths in the house, no major renovations, just a quiet build in the early 2000s. Suburban, boring, nothing to dig into, but that didn't change what we experienced. Eventually the activity became less frequent, or we became better at pretending it wasn't there. Maybe that's the same thing. Mark sleeps normally now. He's forgotten the closet. My husband hasn't mentioned any new figures, but I still hear the crying sometimes. Not often, just once every few months. Always at 2:30 a.m. Always downstairs. I never go down anymore. I just lie there, listening, waiting for it to stop. And it always does, eventually. With that same abrupt cut, like someone hitting pause. We don't talk about it now. That's the rule. Maybe that's why it's quieted down. Maybe acknowledgement feeds it. Maybe belief gives it roots. Or maybe it's still testing us. It happened on a Thursday just before noon. I'd been trying to get our newborn to nap while juggling unpacked boxes, stale takeout containers, and the ever-growing to-do list taped to the fridge. We'd only been in the building 3 days. The place smelled like dust and sealed air. You know that scent old buildings have, something sour beneath the paint, like time didn't quite wash off the walls. My wife was in the bedroom with the baby, finally settling him down after a rough morning of gas and tears. I'd stepped into the hallway to find a screwdriver I'd left on the side table near the front door. As I reached for it, something thudded against my chest. Not hard enough to hurt, but solid and sudden enough to knock the breath out of me. I looked down. A ball of dirt. Perfectly round, no larger than a golf ball. Compact and oddly symmetrical, like it had been rolled deliberately. Damp soil clung to my shirt where it had hit. The hallway was empty. Just the staircase leading up. Bare concrete steps and metal railing. I was alone, and there was nowhere to hide up those stairs. Just a turn halfway up where the landing curved, and the next floor began. I stood there staring, listening. Not a footstep, not a door creaking, nothing. I picked up the dirt ball and crumbled it in my hand. Moist earth, some grit, no twigs, no pebbles like it had been filtered. I walked up to the landing. Every step groaned under my weight, echoing louder than it should have. The upper hallway stretched quiet. I knocked on the nearest door. No answer. Tried 2 more, both vacant units. According to the landlord, only 3 apartments were currently occupied. Back inside, I didn't mention it at first. It felt too ridiculous. I tossed my shirt in the hamper, washed my hands, and sat on the edge of the bed while our son slept in his bassinet. My wife looked exhausted. I didn't want to add to her stress with dirt balls and empty stairwells, but it kept circling in my head. The perfect shape, the weight of it, the silence after. Someone had to have thrown it. That night I asked around. The neighbor across the hall, a middle-aged woman with sunken eyes and too many locks on her door, listened quietly when I mentioned it. I expected her to laugh or wave it off. Instead, she gave me a look long, tired, like she'd been waiting for someone else to notice. "You should talk to Mateo upstairs," she said, barely above a whisper. "He's seen things." I found Mateo the next day, sitting on the stoop smoking. He was in his 20s, wore headphones around his neck, and greeted me like he knew why I'd come. "You get hit too?" he asked, flicking ash into the wind. I told him what happened. The dirt ball. The silence. He nodded slowly. First time it was a coin. Rolled right out of the shadows under the stairs. Then pebbles. Then dirt. Last week, a key. He showed me a small rusted key on a string around his neck. It wasn't mine, but it flew at my face like someone chucked it. No one there. I asked if he'd seen anyone, heard footsteps, anything. Nothing real, he said, and wouldn't explain further. When I brought it up to the landlord, he gave a half smile and changed the subject. "Old buildings have drafts," he said, "loose parts, don't worry about it." That weekend, while changing the baby on the floor, I noticed something odd. A faint curved imprint in the dust by the baseboard, just beside the heater, like a small circle had been pressed into the grime. About the size of that dirt ball. I wiped it clean. The next day it was back. After that, things started escalating. The baby would fuss at odd intervals, always around the same time, just before noon. Our dog, a lazy retriever mix who barely barked at anything, would growl low and steady at the door to the stairwell, ears back, hackles raised. And then there was the sound. It started as a faint knocking. Not from the door, from inside the wall near the kitchen. Not rhythmic, not like pipes. It was irregular, like someone tapping with their fingers, sometimes pausing for minutes before starting again. I set up my phone to record one day while we were out. When I played it back, I heard the baby crying, then a soft thud, then that same tapping, faster, more erratic. No one had been inside. My wife wanted to leave. She said the air felt heavier. She was having trouble sleeping, kept waking up with the feeling someone was watching her. The baby, she swore, would sometimes stare at the ceiling corner and smile. Not at the mobile, not at a light, just the corner. Then on a Tuesday, it happened again. I was walking up the stairs, headed to check the storage locker we'd rented upstairs. I'd passed the curve in the staircase, halfway to the landing, when something struck the wall beside me. A sharp echoing ping. Another dirt ball. This time harder. Dried out. More compact. It left a smear of brown on the white wall. No one above, no one behind. I stood frozen for nearly a full minute, heart thudding in my chest. I told my wife everything that night. The dirt, the knocking, Mateo's key. She didn't even argue, she just nodded. She'd been hearing the knocks too. She'd been smelling something sweet and rotting near the baseboards. Thought it was trash or old food, but we'd cleaned thoroughly. We sat in the kitchen that night, lights off, just listening. At 11:47, the knocking started. A soft click-click against the wall behind the fridge. Then silence. Then the baby cried out from the bedroom, sharp and sudden, like he'd been pinched. When we rushed in, he was staring up again. That same corner, smiling. The next morning, I cornered the landlord, pushed harder this time. He caved quicker than I expected. "It's an old building," he said again, but his voice cracked a little. "Some people say it's haunted. Nonsense if you ask me. Just stories. But if it bothers you, maybe consider breaking the lease. No penalty, I won't hold it against you." He walked away before I could say more. I went back to Mateo. He brought out a folder, newspaper clippings, printouts from old message boards, copies of tenant complaints. Most of them were years old. A few were more recent. There were stories about missing pets, cold spots, doors that opened on their own. One report mentioned a woman who moved out after finding handprints on her ceiling. Another man claimed he was woken by dirt poured onto his pillow from an unseen source. Mateo leaned in close. "They say it's not a ghost. It's something older. Like the building was built on something that didn't want it here." He sounded convinced. I didn't want to believe him. Still don't. But the dirt balls, the way they were shaped like they were made by hand. We moved out 2 weeks later. The day we left, I went to the stairs one last time, just to look, just to prove to myself there was nothing there. But on the landing, where the light hits the corner wall just right, I saw a smear of fresh soil, like a hand had dragged down the paint, fingers streaking brown lines behind. I didn't tell my wife. I just picked up the baby, turned off the lights, and closed the door for good. We live in a newer place now. Lots of windows, clean air, no dirt, but sometimes around noon, I swear I hear a soft tap in the wall. The air felt too still for a Saturday afternoon. My dad's truck idled in front of the house for a few extra seconds longer than usual. Like the engine itself wasn't sure about pulling up to the curb. The place didn't look dangerous, just oddly frozen, like it had been vacuum sealed in time. A beige 2-story wide windows, red door, sloped roof, fresh paint, new mailbox. No obvious signs of neglect or decay. It should have felt inviting, but even before my boots hit the driveway, my stomach curled tight. Dad gave a low whistle. Impressed. For this price, steal of the year, I didn't answer. I was already looking at the upstairs windows. The second one from the left. Pale curtain. No movement, no shadow. But I knew someone was there. Not someone living. We stepped inside. The air changed. It always does when they're close. Heavy. Like someone exhaled dust into every corner. My eyes watered. The realtor hadn't arrived yet, but the door was open. Dad called out a hello, then shrugged and stepped in like it was normal. Place smells clean. That's a good sign. I trailed him, dragging my fingers across the wood trim of the doorway. It wasn't cold. It should have been. I felt that icy sting before when they're around. But this was different. This was warm, almost too warm. Breathing on your neck warm. The living room was bright. Cream carpet, wide windows, a mirror over the mantel. I didn't want to look into it. I did anyway. There was nothing in the reflection that didn't belong. But I didn't feel alone. Giselle, you all right? I blinked. Dad was already heading into the kitchen. I took a step after him, and that's when I felt her. Not a touch, just the awareness, like someone was directly behind me, not breathing, just being, staring. I spun fast, too fast, expecting to catch a glimpse. Nothing. My feet didn't want to move anymore. I called to Dad, told him I'd wait by the door. He laughed like it was a joke. Come on, you need to see the upstairs, that's the best part. No, that's the worst part. I went anyway. I had to, because if I let him go up there alone, the staircase groaned under our weight. It wasn't the kind of creak that old houses make. It was deliberate, one at a time, like it was counting us. Upstairs, the hallway split into 3 doors. I knew which one was hers. Far left. The second window, Dad pushed open the master bedroom first. Plenty of space. Nice light. I didn't follow him in. I stood in the hall and looked down at the far door. It was shut, and then it opened. Not fast, not sudden, just a slow, steady glide. Dad was still rambling about square footage. Something about closet space. I couldn't hear it. Blood was in my ears now. I took one step toward that room. Just one. The hallway narrowed with it. Walls pressing closer. I swear the carpet changed color under my feet. When I reached the doorframe, I didn't go in. I looked. That's all. The room was empty. But she was there. She stood at the far corner, back to the wall. Black veil drawn down over her face. Her skin, or what showed of it, was white. Not pale, not sick, just white, like paper dipped in wax. Her hands were folded in front of her. Her dress touched the floor. Her black eyes, yes, black, looked at me without blinking. I couldn't move, couldn't scream. My knees wanted to buckle, but something held me up. Dad's voice snapped me out of it. Giselle, Earth to Space Cadet, check out the guest room. I backed away. The woman didn't move, but her eyes followed. I grabbed the hallway wall for balance. I didn't even realize I was crying until I tasted salt. Dad saw me and stopped mid-step. What's going on? Are you okay? I didn't answer. I couldn't. I just reached out and grabbed his sleeve. What is it? I shook my head and gripped tighter. You see something? His voice dropped. Serious now. I nodded. He didn't laugh this time. Just looked past me. Into the room I refused to turn toward. We should go, I said. His hand found my shoulder. All right. We went back down the stairs. Faster than before. No words, no pauses. When we stepped outside, the air hit me like a splash of cold water. My lungs started working again. He didn't start the truck right away. Just sat there. One hand on the wheel. You saw her, didn't you? I nodded. What did she look like? I described her. The black veil. The black eyes. The white skin. He didn't react at first. Then he muttered, "Too damn cheap. I should have known." He never called the realtor. Never mentioned the house again. A week later, I looked it up online. Listing removed. Someone else will see her. Eventually. Someone always does. The first time I smelled it, I was alone in the laundry room folding towels. It came from nowhere. A sudden wave of cinnamon so sharp and sweet it made my nose sting. I looked around, half expecting to see a candle burning, or maybe a sachet fallen behind the dryer. But there was nothing. Just the hum of the old appliances and the sunlight filtering through the dust on the window. That night, my cousin Derek tripped on the front porch steps and cracked his ankle clean in two. He said it felt like the wood shifted under him, like the step had sighed and given way. But when we checked later, the boards were solid. Not even a wobble. I didn't put the two together until a week later when it happened again. It was early morning. Still dark out. I was walking past the hallway that led to the back bedrooms when I caught the scent again. Cinnamon. Strong and sudden, like it had been shoved under my nose. It was gone just as fast. A couple hours later, Mom slipped in the bathroom and fractured her wrist. She'd been reaching for a towel, said she barely touched the rack before she went down. That's when I mentioned it to Grandma. She was the only one in the house who didn't scoff when I brought up weird stuff. She was old school, but not in a skeptical way. She had rules about salt lines on windowsills, and never opening the attic door after midnight. When I told her about the cinnamon, her face went pale. Did it come before or after, she asked, setting down her cup of coffee without drinking it. Before? Maybe an hour before. She nodded. Slow. It's a warning, she said. Not from you. Not even for you, maybe. But this house remembers things. You're just the one noticing. She told me about Mrs. Hamlin, the woman who lived here before us. Died in the back bedroom. Heart attack in her sleep. Alone. She had a thing for scents, apparently. Wore heavy perfume even to garden. Cinnamon oil on her wrists. Rose water in her closets. The neighbors used to joke they could smell her before they saw her. Grandma said the first owner after her didn't last a year. The wife broke her hip falling down the stairs. The husband got into a bad car wreck a week after claiming the house gave him pressure headaches. No one connected it back then. Not like we could now. It wasn't just cinnamon either. Sometimes we'd smell roses. Soft and powdery like dried petals in a closed drawer. Once it drifted through the vents while we were eating dinner. Light enough to miss if you weren't paying attention. 2 days later, Derek got promoted at work out of nowhere. He'd been on the verge of quitting. No reason to expect it. After that, I started paying attention. The scents were never constant. They came at random times. Morning, evening, even the middle of the night. I'd be brushing my teeth and smell roses, only to find an email the next day saying I'd been approved for a scholarship I forgot I applied to. Or cinnamon would hit me while I was watching TV. And the next morning, Dad would be limping with a pulled muscle he swore came out of nowhere. I started logging them in a notebook. Date, time, location, strength of the scent, and what happened afterward. Over 3 months, the pattern got clear. Cinnamon always came first, always before something bad. Sprains, sickness, dropped opportunities, lost wallets. Roses came before the good. Unexpected checks, job offers, reconciliations with old friends. It got to the point where I could feel the tension rise in me every time that cinnamon smell crept in. A cold dread, like knowing a storm is coming but having no idea where it'll hit. One night, I caught both. I was in the living room alone. The rest of the family was out. First it was cinnamon, sharp and thick, like the air itself had been steeped in it. I sat up straight, heart pounding, notebook already in my lap. Then 5 minutes later came roses, faint but clear, a weird clashing sequence that made no sense. Nothing happened that night, but the next morning Derek found a leak in the basement. A pipe had burst behind the wall, water pooling under the floorboards. It would have ruined everything if he hadn't gone down for tools by chance. While he was fixing it, he found a metal box tucked behind the insulation. Inside were old photographs, letters, and a watch engraved with 2EH Love Always. I asked Grandma about the initials. She pressed her fingers to her lips and closed her eyes for a long time. Evelyn Hamlin, she said. That was her. After that, the scents started coming more often. Too often. Sometimes I'd get hit with them 3 or 4 times a day. Once I smelled roses in the hallway just before Mom walked by, carrying a tray of coffee. She made it to the kitchen, turned the corner and tripped, but nothing spilled, not a drop. She said it felt like something had steadied her arm. It wasn't subtle anymore. It was escalating. The final week was the worst. Monday, cinnamon in the garage. Tuesday, roses in the linen closet. Wednesday, both in the upstairs bathroom. Thursday, no scent, but Derek sliced his finger bad enough to need stitches. Friday, roses bloomed so strong in the living room it made my eyes water. That night, the storm hit. Real storm. Lightning, Thunder, the whole thing. Power went out. I was sitting in the hallway, flashlight in hand, trying not to panic. Then I heard the sound. Something creaking upstairs. Not footsteps exactly, more like a slow dragging. I stayed frozen, staring up at the ceiling. The air turned thick. Cinnamon. Deep and burning, like it had been set on fire. Then roses so overpowering they made my stomach turn. I climbed the stairs, each step heavier than the last. At the top, the hallway light flickered on by itself, just for a second, enough to show me the door to the back bedroom, swinging open. Inside, the air felt electric. The smell was so intense I had to cover my face with my shirt. On the bed sat the box, the same one from the basement, but we'd locked it in the hall closet weeks ago. It was open now. I moored. The letters were laid out, fanned like a deck of cards. The watch was ticking even though no one had wound it. I didn't know what to do, so I closed the box and whispered thank you, then backed out slowly. The smells stopped after that. Not right away. They tapered off. One a week, then one every couple of weeks. Nothing dramatic happened anymore. Just small things. A stubbed toe, a found earring, a better than expected test score. The warnings were quieter, calmer. Eventually they stopped altogether. But sometimes on still nights, when the air hangs heavy and the windows fog from nothing at all, I catch the faintest trace of something sweet and spicy, and I listen. I first heard the breathing when I was 12. It was the kind of sound you'd think came from an old pipe or the house settling, until it started pacing. From my bedroom on the second floor, I could hear slow, deliberate inhales just above my ceiling, followed by faint creaks across the beams of the attic above me. It never happened during the day, only late at night when the wind stilled and the old farmhouse turned quiet, except for that steady, rasping breath moving slowly overhead. The house had two attics. The first one, the one directly above my room, had a ladder and a plywood floor, half used for storage. The other one was something else entirely. No floor, just open beams and dust, the wood blackened with age. That second attic sat above the back part of the house, over the old kitchen and pantry, untouched since the 1850s. It didn't even have a proper door, just a warped wooden hatch set high on the wall in the laundry room. My grandmother warned me about it the first day we moved in. Never open that hatch, she said, her hand shaking as she folded a towel. It's not just an attic. There's something evil in there. It doesn't want us. At the time, I didn't take her seriously. She and my grandfather had lived in that house since the early 80s, after adding on the back half to modernize it. The newer attic had a light switch, a fan, and insulation. The old one didn't even have a floor, just beams, dust, and that hatch. No one used it. They even nailed it shut from the outside, but the breathing came from above my room in the newer attic. That's what I kept telling myself. That's where the pacing happened. That's where I sometimes saw a shadow pass between the rafters, if I flicked the light on too fast. That's where I once found a blanket bunched in the corner like someone had been sleeping there, though no one else in the house used it. I didn't tell anyone about the blanket. A few months passed, and the noises continued, always after midnight, always overhead. At first I was terrified. Then, by 13, I started getting angry. I told myself it was just old wood, or maybe raccoons in the walls, and I tried to ignore it. I didn't sleep with the light on. I stopped checking the attic. I refused to be afraid in my own house. But one night, a storm rolled through, and everything changed. A tree branch came down and cracked the small high window in the forbidden attic. It wasn't big, just a spiderweb fracture in the glass, but it was enough to let in rain. The next morning, my grandfather asked me to help him patch it up. He didn't mention the warning. He just pulled out the ladder and a pry bar. I remember the way the metal squealed as he pulled the nails from the hatch. He moved slowly, pausing between each one, like he expected something to change. When he finally swung the hatch open, a wave of cold air spilled out. Not just drafty cold, below freezing. My breath fogged as I climbed up after him. Even though it was a mild morning in June, the air smelled like stone and mildew. I saw the cracked window, just a sliver of glass missing near the top. Rain had soaked a beam below it, but the rest of the attic was bone dry. No floor, just beams and open insulation. No sign of animals. No sign of anything at all. But that night, the breathing stopped. Not quieted, stopped. Instead, I started hearing something new. Scratching. It came from both attics now. Light, tentative at first, like fingernails dragging slowly across wood. Then louder, faster. One night it scratched directly over my head for an hour without pause. I shouted into the ceiling. I punched the plaster. It didn't stop. I told my grandmother. She didn't speak, just looked at me for a long time and nodded like she'd been expecting it. A week later, the window was fixed, the hatch nailed shut again. But something had changed. I woke up to footsteps not overhead, but on the stairs. My room was at the end of the hall, and from my bed I could see the top step if my door was open. That night I saw a shape pause there. It didn't move like a person. It stood too still too long, with one shoulder visibly higher than the other, like it was tilting forward to listen. I closed my eyes. When I opened them again, the shape was gone. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. 2 days later, my grandmother called me into the laundry room. The hatch was open, not just ajar, wide open. Nails scattered across the floor, no footprints, no dust disturbed. She stared at it for a long time before speaking. "Whatever you let out," she said quietly, "it doesn't want to go back." That's when I stopped being scared. I started talking to it. I'd hear the scratching at night and I'd knock back. When the shape appeared at the stairs, I stood in the doorway and stared until it faded. I refused to run. I cursed it when I was alone. I dared it to show itself. For 2 months it didn't respond. The house grew colder. My grandmother became quieter. My grandfather spent more time outside. But I kept pushing. I wanted it to answer me. Then one morning it did. It was just after dawn. One of those pale blue mornings where everything looks washed out. I was brushing my teeth when I heard the hatch groan open again. No wind, no draft, just the nails popping out one by one. I didn't hesitate. I ran to the laundry room. The hatch was open. Nothing moved. But as I stepped closer, I felt it. Something pulling the air inward, like the space beyond the hatch wasn't just a room but a hole. Deeper than the house. Deeper than anything I could see. I stared into that darkness, my hand shaking on the doorframe, and said, "What do you want?" It didn't speak at first. The air just got colder, my teeth ached from it. Then it answered, a single word, loud enough to vibrate the walls, close enough that I felt it on my skin. "No, that's all it said. Not whispered, not imagined. Spoken low, guttural, final. I didn't move. I couldn't. I stood there for a full minute before backing away. The hatch slammed shut by itself. We nailed it shut again, this time with steel brackets. My grandfather hung a cross over it. My grandmother stopped doing laundry in that room. She hung a sheet over the hatch and never removed it. I didn't hear the breathing again. No more pacing. No more footsteps. But something had changed in me. I still walked past that door every day. I still listened at night. I didn't speak to it anymore. But I knew it was listening, waiting. And sometimes, when the wind rises just right, I hear the nails shift. It always started around 9 at night, just after dishes were done, when the TV's volume seemed louder than necessary and my grandmother would settle into her corner of the old beige couch with her knitting needles clicking like a metronome. That's when I'd hear it. The dull scrape of metal on concrete, slow and steady, like someone dragging a shovel across the basement floor. At first I thought it was a neighbor's TV or maybe someone in the alley behind the house. But it always came from below, not through the vents, through the floor itself. I was 8 the first time I mentioned it. My grandmother didn't even look up from her knitting. She just said without pause, "Let the ghosts work in peace." My mother glanced at her, exasperated, but didn't say anything. I remember looking from one to the other, waiting for some kind of joke or laughter. There wasn't any. I didn't go down there for a long time after that. The basement had always felt off limits, more because of atmosphere than any specific rule. It was unfinished, cinder block walls, exposed beams, old appliances unplugged and rusting along the far end. The furnace sat like a sleeping animal, growling now and then. Even in summer, it was always cold. The digging continued. Some nights it was faint, barely audible over the TV or rain against the windows. Other nights it was unmistakable, rhythmic, urgent, and accompanied by muffled voices, not whispering, but low conversation, like laborers on a long shift. I never made out words, just tones, steady, tired, sometimes agitated. When I asked my mother about it a year later, she sighed. "This house has history," she said. "Just sounds settling, probably. Old pipes, nothing to worry about." But I saw her pause at the top of the basement stairs one night, just standing there in the dark, hand resting on the railing, listening. We never saw anything. We never found footprints or disturbed dirt. But every few weeks, sometimes more often, the sounds came back, always from below, always the same. When my grandmother passed, the house felt quieter, not just from the absence of her presence, but from something deeper, like part of the foundation had gone missing. The digging didn't stop, though. It resumed about 2 weeks later, on a warm night in July. I was sitting in her old spot on the couch, flipping through a comic book when I heard it again. Scrape, scrape, a pause. Then the faint clatter of something metallic. My mother and I didn't talk about it much after that. There didn't seem to be a point. You could dismiss one noise, or maybe two, but not years of them. Not when they returned like clockwork. By the time I was in high school, the sounds had become part of the house's rhythm. We joked about it when friends visited. "Don't mind the ghosts in the basement, they're unionized." But I never took anyone down there. Not really. Not when it was happening. The one time I broke that rule was with my friend Jared. He didn't believe me and insisted on checking it out. It was just after 10 on a Friday. We were watching horror movies, and the noise started up again. Scraping. A faint thump like someone striking the floor with a heavy boot. Jared stood at the top of the stairs with a flashlight. I remember the beam flickering slightly like the batteries were low, even though I'd just replaced them that afternoon. We crept down slowly. The air grew colder with each step, thick with a strange metallic tang. The smell of wet concrete. When we reached the bottom, the sound stopped. The basement looked the same. Nothing out of place. Jared laughed, but it was a nervous sound. He walked across the floor, stepping carefully, tapping walls and boxes with the flashlight. See? Nothing, just old house noises. Then, from directly beneath us, beneath the floor, we heard a single deliberate strike, like a pickaxe hitting stone. Jared froze. We both looked at the concrete floor, then back at each other. Neither of us said a word. He didn't come back to the house after that. We never really talked about it again. I didn't blame him. When I left for college, the sound stayed behind, but I always thought about them, especially when I called home and heard a pause in my mother's voice after I asked how things were. After graduation, I moved back for a while to help out. The house hadn't changed. The digging hadn't either. It resumed like no time had passed. One afternoon, around midday, I heard it again. I was alone in the house, working at the kitchen table. At first it was faint, like someone shuffling boxes. Then came the voices. 2, maybe 3, murmuring in that same weary rhythm. I stood at the basement door, hand on the knob. Not sure why I was hesitating. Sunlight poured through the windows. Everything was normal, ordinary, but the basement felt awake. I opened the door slowly. The sounds continued as I descended. Not louder, not reacting, just ongoing, as if they didn't care whether I came down or not. When I reached the bottom, everything was still. The cold hit me like a wall. I walked the perimeter, flashlight in hand, checking every wall, every corner. I pressed my ear to the floor. The scraping continued. Directly beneath me, slow and patient. My skin crawled. I didn't go any deeper than that. I didn't tear up the floor or call in an expert. I remembered my grandmother's words, "Let the ghosts work in peace." That became my approach too. The years passed. The house changed hands once, briefly, when my mother tried to sell it. The family didn't last long. I never asked why they left. Didn't need to. When I moved back in, it was like nothing had changed. The first night I heard the shovel again. Then the voices. I don't try to record it. I've never set up a camera or a mic. Not because I'm scared of what I'd find, but because I'm scared I won't find anything. That it will all sound normal, and I'll begin to doubt what I've heard for decades. The sounds still come and go. Sometimes weeks pass without incident. Then one evening I'll be brushing my teeth or folding laundry, and I'll hear it. That slow, measured rhythm. Work being done. They're always beneath the floor. Never above, never around the walls. Just down there, digging. There's no pattern to it. Season doesn't matter. Neither does time. Sometimes it's early afternoon. Other times it's after midnight. Always the same scrape. Pause. Scrape. Voices in low exchange. Rising and falling like breath. I've lived most of my life with them now. My grandmother was right. They mean no harm. They just work. And I let them. I keep the basement clean. Make sure nothing blocks the stairs. Never store heavy boxes on the floor. I even leave the light on sometimes. Not because they need it, but because it feels respectful. I don't think they're trying to send a message. I don't think they know I'm listening. If anything, I'm just living beside something very old. A labor that began long before us. Maybe long before the house. Sometimes I wonder what they're digging for, or if they're trying to bury something instead. But I never ask. Not out loud. Better to let them be. Just let them work in peace. It started with a sound, not a bang or a scream, but the light shuffle of movement at the foot of my bed. I remember the way the nightlight cast an amber glow across the carpet, turning my bedroom into a cave of shadows. I was 12, the age where you know monsters aren't real, but you still check the closet anyway. That night I sat up slowly, my heart in my throat, thinking maybe my cousin was playing a prank, but it wasn't him. There, standing at the foot of my bed, was a girl, not much older than me, maybe 8 or 9. She had long dark hair and wore what looked like a white dress. Not hospital white, but softer, like something you'd see in a wedding photo or an old-fashioned church outfit. She didn't move, just stood there, smiling gently like she knew me, like she belonged there. I couldn't move. My chest tightened, and I gripped the sheets so hard my knuckles ached. I don't remember how long she stood there. Seconds? Minutes? Time slipped. But I remember blinking, and she was gone. No sound, no flash, just gone. I didn't tell anyone the next morning. What was I supposed to say? "Hey Grandma, I saw a ghost." She'd either scold me for telling tales or tell me to pray harder. And my cousin would just laugh and call me chicken. So I let it go. Tried to anyway. The house we lived in then was small, single-story, beige siding, creaky floorboards. It sat just off a main road, one of those 2-lane highways that cut through neighborhoods like a scar. You got used to the sound of cars whipping past. At night, it was like the wind carried pieces of them inside. That winter, I started sleeping with the door cracked open and my head under the blanket. Nothing happened for years. I got older. We moved around a bit. I stopped thinking about the girl in the white dress, chalked it up to being half asleep, maybe even a dream. But every now and then, when the lights were off and I heard something shift at the edge of the room, I'd think of her face, that soft, too knowing smile, and feel my stomach turn. It was years later, after college, when I ended up renting a room from a man named Harris. He owned a big old house outside of town, 2 stories, wraparound porch, the works. Cheap rent, quiet neighborhood, and I had a view of the woods. Perfect. I didn't think twice about the place until I saw the photo. It was in the upstairs hallway. tucked between a framed map and a dusty bookshelf. I was carrying up some boxes when I noticed it. A faded black and white photo in a wooden frame. Big family shot, 10, maybe 12 people dressed up and stiff-looking. It was the girl near the center that froze me. Same dress, same hair, same smile. I dropped the box. Harris came up from the kitchen, hearing the crash. I tried to play it off, told him I tripped, but I kept staring at the photo. I asked him casually who the people were. He said it was his family, generations back. The girl, he said, was his aunt's twin sister. Died when she was young, hit by a car on a nearby road. Just stepped into the street one day without looking. He didn't know much else. Said his grandmother used to talk about her like she was still around, even into old age. I moved out not long after that. Told Harris it was a job thing. But the truth was I couldn't look at that photo without hearing that soft shuffle again, without feeling like something unfinished was hanging over me. Then came the voice. It was summer, and I was back visiting my grandmother's place. Same one where I'd seen the girl. She was older now, needed help with groceries, rides to appointments. My cousin came by sometimes, but mostly it was me. That day, I'd stepped out to pick up some takeout. It was bright early afternoon, the kind of hot that sticks to your back. I was walking back along the side of the road, same one I used to hear speeding cars on as a kid. I was halfway across the driveway, one step from the street when I heard it. Wait, one word, whispered, but sharp, not from behind, not from a house. It was right next to me. I froze. In the same instant, a silver sedan screamed past, doing at least 50. It had drifted close to the curb, tires spitting gravel. If I'd taken one more step, I didn't move for a long time. My hands shook so badly I dropped the food. I kept looking around, thinking someone must have been nearby. But there was no one. Not on the porch, not across the street, no windows open, no wind. I sat on the curb until my breathing calmed down. That night, I took out an old photo album my grandmother kept in a cabinet drawer. Flipping through it felt like sorting through memories I'd borrowed from someone else. Birthdays, baptisms, weddings. And then I found a picture I'd never paid attention to before. My cousin, maybe 3 years old, standing in a yard I didn't recognize. Behind him, slightly out of focus, was a little girl in a white dress. The same smile, the same eyes. Her hand rested lightly on his shoulder. I took the photo into the kitchen, asked my grandmother who it was. She looked at it for a long time, her face unreadable. "That's your cousin's twin," she said finally. "She passed when they were little. You were just a baby then." She spoke like it was the weather. No big secret, just something long accepted. After that, I started remembering things differently. That first night, the girl at the foot of my bed, she wasn't frightening, not really. I'd felt scared, yes, but she'd only stood there, watching, maybe waiting. And the voice on the road, it hadn't been angry, it had been urgent. I've come to think she was there the whole time, watching out for us. Maybe even for me. Maybe that's why I saw her, why she let me see. I haven't had any more sightings since then. No voices, no photos, no strange dreams. But sometimes, on quiet nights when I park in the driveway, I sit in the car for a few extra seconds, just listening, just waiting to hear that soft voice again. My father didn't believe in ghosts. He didn't believe in signs, in energy, in the strange or the mystical. If something wasn't visible, measurable, or fixable with a wrench, then it didn't warrant concern. Years in the army shaped him like that, taught him to triage what mattered and ignore what didn't. He'd seen things most people couldn't even begin to imagine. Pulled bodies out of crumpled Humvees, and once climbed into a burning building to carry a civilian out. When I was a kid, I used to think nothing could shake him. That changed in 1997. In a quiet rented house just a few miles south of Gettysburg. I didn't hear about it until years later. He told me the story once, late at night. after a bottle of decent bourbon and one of those silences that grows too long to leave unfilled. He wasn't a man to exaggerate, and he didn't enjoy retelling this one. He never called it a haunting, and he never called it fear. He just called it what it was, something he couldn't explain. That winter, Dad was between assignments. He'd retired from the Army 6 months prior, and picked up work inspecting safety procedures at small industrial sites. It paid well enough and let him sleep in his own bed, which was all he really wanted. The house was modest, 2 bedrooms, old wood floors, slanted roof that creaked in the wind. The owners had moved out to care for family, and were renting it out cheap. My father, always practical, jumped at the deal. It was January. Snow had blanketed the roads earlier in the day and now hung heavy on the trees, thick and wet. The heat inside worked well, and he was asleep by 10. At exactly 1 a.m., he woke up. It wasn't the cold. It wasn't a noise. It was the sensation, sharp, immediate, that someone was watching him. The room was dark, save for the faint glow of a nightlight in the hallway bleeding through the crack under the door. No headlights, no passing cars, just quiet. And yet something felt off, like a pressure in the air. He lay still, his eyes open, heart beating slow. Years of training taught him to wait, not to make sudden moves. The feeling didn't pass. It settled in deeper. Then came the footsteps, soft, deliberate, crossing the room behind him. The floorboards groaned under the weight, slow and staggered, as if the walker wasn't sure of their footing. My father didn't move. He told me later that his first thought was of an intruder, but the logical part of his brain kicked in fast. No broken windows, no forced entry, no sound of the door opening. He would have heard it. The footsteps stopped just beside the bed. The air shifted, as if something tall now stood there, and then the mattress dipped. That's the part he kept circling back to, over and over. The sound of springs compressing, the distinct pull of the bed tilting slightly toward the unseen weight. It was real, not imagined, not a creak or a trick of the mind. He didn't jump up, he didn't scream or reach for the lamp. He just stared at the wall, breathing steady, his body unmoving. He said he wasn't afraid. Not in the way people mean when they talk about fear. What he felt was more like awe, like the air had turned sacred or poison, and he didn't know which. He stayed like that for nearly an hour. Eventually, the pressure eased. The weight lifted from the mattress. The footsteps didn't return. The room settled into silence again, and something in his gut told him it was over. He fell asleep again, sometime around 3. The next morning, the snow outside was untouched. No footprints, no signs of animals or people. He checked every window, every lock. Everything was secure. He didn't talk about it, not to his friends, not to his coworkers, not even to my mother when she visited the next weekend. He just carried it. He stayed in that house for 6 more weeks. Nothing like that ever happened again, but every night after, without fail, he woke up at 1 a.m. Sometimes, he said, he would just stare at the ceiling for a minute or two before drifting back off. Other nights he'd lie there for hours, waiting for the sound of footsteps, for the weight beside him. It never came, but the feeling stayed, like something had been opened in him, some threshold crossed. He told me all this without drama. He didn't embellish, didn't try to explain it away, but also didn't speculate. It happened, he said. I don't know what it was, but I know it was there. When I asked him why he didn't react, why he hadn't jumped up or tried to confront it, he looked at me for a long time. There was nothing to fight, he said, and I wasn't in danger. I don't know how I knew that, but I did. It just wanted to sit. Maybe it had always sat there and I was the first to notice. Gettysburg is a place layered in grief. You can feel it when you drive through the fields, past the monuments, hear the wind whip through the trees. They say the ground still holds the echoes. Maybe that house, tucked just outside the main town, had been caught in the edges of something. Here I have died. Maybe it hadn't been a ghost at all, just memory, settling in for a moment. Or maybe something else entirely. He never tried to explain it further. Years later, I visited the house myself. It had been renovated by then. Fresh paint, new floors, a cheerful blue trim around the windows. I stood on the porch in the late afternoon and stared at the upstairs window. It looked normal, completely ordinary, but I didn't ask to go inside. Some things are meant to be seen only once. Some things arrive unannounced and leave without explanation. That's how he put it. Not everything is meant to be understood. Some things just are. And when he died, I found a note tucked inside the drawer of his nightstand, scrawled on the back of a receipt. I wasn't alone. Not that night. Maybe not ever. It's okay. That was all it said. I keep it in a box now, under my bed. And some nights, when I wake at 1 a.m. for no good reason, I lie very still and listen. So far, the mattress hasn't moved. I never liked going to Sean's house after school. It wasn't that the place was run down. It wasn't. His mom kept it spotless. Despite how old it was the kind of house with thick wooden beams overhead, where the floors creaked with every step, even if you tried to be quiet. The walls felt like they held onto voices, like if you pressed your ear against them, you'd hear something that had no business being remembered. The house had been in his family for generations. He told me that once, casually, as we dropped our backpacks in the entryway, his dad had grown up there, and his granddad before that. There were photos on the walls to prove it, going back to when pictures were black and white and no one smiled. But that wasn't what made it feel wrong. It was the second floor. You couldn't go up there. The staircase was steep and narrow, and a chain had been strung across the bottom step like a velvet rope outside a club. There wasn't a real door at the top, just a hollow frame with an old wooden panel jammed in tight and nailed from the other side. No one said it out loud, but it was obvious that part of the house was shut off for a reason. You could see a thin slit of darkness between the door and the frame, like the wood didn't quite fit anymore. And sometimes when we sat at the dining table doing homework or watching TV in the living room, we heard sounds from up there. It started with footsteps, heavy ones, too slow to be someone moving around on purpose, like dragging boots, back and forth, sometimes with a pause in between, like whoever or whatever was up there had to rest. Sean always tensed up when it happened, like he was willing the noise to stop by, ignoring it. I tried to match his calm, but my stomach would turn cold every time. The first time I asked, he didn't answer, just shook his head and turned the TV louder. But another day, when the footsteps lasted nearly half an hour, he muttered that it had started about a year before. His dad thought it was pipe shifting, or maybe squirrels in the attic. But Sean knew better. He said the pattern changed sometimes. Once it even followed a rhythm, like someone was limping in circles. We weren't supposed to talk about it. That afternoon was warmer than most, the kind of day where sunlight comes in sharp and orange, making the dust glow in the air. I remember that because it made everything feel too quiet. We were in the kitchen trying to make boxed macaroni and cheese when the thudding started again. Sean flinched, not dramatically, just a small twitch of his shoulders. He kept stirring the pot. Then came the sound we'd never heard before. A loud, violent bang from upstairs. Not like footsteps. It was the sound of something heavy being dropped or thrown against a wall. The entire ceiling groaned. We both froze, wooden spoons in hand. It had been so loud it felt like it had happened inside my head. Sean dropped the spoon in the pot. "Nope," he said, not looking at me. "We're going." We didn't even grab our backpacks. Just bolted for the front door and ran across the backyard, down a short dirt path that led to the old warehouse his dad used for restoring furniture. It wasn't far, maybe 100 yards, but it felt longer. His dad was working on something with a power sander when we burst in. He turned it off immediately, eyes narrowing. Sean didn't say much, just that we heard something big upstairs. His dad didn't argue. He wiped his hands on a towel, grabbed a flashlight, and walked back with us. I didn't want to follow. Everything in me said to stay outside, but I wasn't going to let Sean go in alone. Inside, the house was still. Too still. No thuds, no footsteps. The chain on the bottom stair had been unhooked. That stopped us in our tracks. His dad didn't say a word. just raised the flashlight and started up. We followed him to the top, slow and quiet. I felt like I could hear my own blood in my ears. The door at the top of the stairs, the handleless one that had always been jammed shut, was open, not cracked, wide open, and on the floor in front of it, half in shadow and half in the last slant of afternoon light, was a round metal knob, the kind that belongs on the inside of a door, just sitting there like it had been unscrewed and placed down. His dad stepped over it and into the dark hallway beyond the door. He swept the flashlight left and right. We stayed behind, not daring to go farther. There was nothing. No person, no animal, no sign of anything disturbed. But that doorknob hadn't come off by itself. Sean's dad checked every room up there, 3 in total. One of them just storage with boxes stacked to the ceiling. Nothing was missing, nothing was moved, but he kept looking back toward the open door like he was thinking too hard about something he didn't want to say out loud. When we came back down, the air in the house felt heavy, like something was waiting. Sean didn't want to talk about it. That night, his dad reattached the knob, this time from the hallway side, and nailed the door shut again, harder than before. He put the chain back on the stairs. No one said anything about calling the police. There wasn't anything to report, but after that day, I stopped going over. Sean understood. We still saw each other at school, but something shifted. He got quieter. I'd catch him looking over his shoulder in class sometimes. I couldn't blame him. 2 weeks later, I overheard my parents talking. His family was thinking of selling the place. Something about bad air and too much history. They moved in with relatives on the other side of town not long after. I've never gone back. Don't plan to. But sometimes when I'm in an old building with creaky floors and narrow halls, I think I hear those footsteps again. That slow, dragging shuffle. And I wonder if whatever was up there found a way down eventually. I was 17 that fall, just a few weeks into senior year, when my friend Caleb found the house. It sat off a side road we didn't usually take, a 2-story colonial with an overgrown lawn and shutters hanging loose, like eyelids mid-blink. Despite the way it looked from the street, empty, abandoned, it had a well-maintained mailbox, and the windows were clean. That was what caught Caleb's attention in the first place. He told us the weird part wasn't how intact it looked, but that the utilities were still running. He'd checked. He had this app that showed active power draw in the neighborhood grid. The house, though supposedly vacant for at least 4 years, was drawing a low but constant current. He saw a flicker of lights once when he drove past, and one night the porch light was on. We went on a Friday. Caleb had roped in Janelle, who was always up for exploring weird places. She'd grown up around here, said the place had a bad vibe even when she was little. I remember her standing outside the front gate, arms crossed, daring Caleb to knock first. There was no lock. The front door pushed open with the sound of stiff wood grinding against swollen trim. Inside smelled faintly of dryer sheets and old paint. The air was too clean, like someone had come through recently, aired it out, maybe even wiped down the baseboards. But there was dust on the floors, undisturbed except where our shoes marked paths. We moved from room to room on the first floor. The kitchen was spotless, countertops bare, fridge empty, but plugged in and humming. The oven clock blinked 12 head. Upstairs, the bedrooms were mostly empty except one with a twin bed and a small desk facing the window. No bedding, just the bare mattress. The desk drawer had 3 pens and a pad of sticky notes with nothing written on them. I didn't say it out loud, but the whole thing felt wrong. Like the house wasn't waiting to be bought or torn down. It was waiting for someone to come back. We ended up in the living room, lights off, sitting on the floor in a loose circle. Caleb was explaining how he'd traced the original owners to a couple who moved out years ago. No forwarding address. People say it's abandoned, he whispered, but it's not. Someone's keeping it up. We weren't even drinking or anything. We were just there, steeped in the weirdness of it. That's when we heard it. A deep engine rumble, close, then the distinct metallic slam of a vehicle door. It sounded like it came from the front yard. All 3 of us froze. Caleb shot a glance toward the window, but the blinds were down. No light spilled in from outside. We didn't speak, just sat still listening. The engine didn't fade or revid. It stayed low and steady, like someone had parked just outside and left it running. Janelle mouthed, "What the hell?" and stood slowly. She crossed to the window and pushed down one slat to peek out. Then we heard footsteps, not from inside, from the porch. Heavy, deliberate steps, one after the other. They moved with direction, slow but certain. We backed away from the window, retreating to the hallway. There was no basement and only one way out, unless we broke a window. Caleb hissed that we should check the back door, so we crept down the hallway, trying not to make a sound. I kept looking back. I couldn't hear the steps anymore, but the engine was still there. When we reached the back door, Caleb twisted the handle. It was locked, but the deadbolt was undone. We eased it open, spilling cool air into the hallway. It was pitch black out back. No street lights, just trees and a fence line. Janelle leaned out to check the sides. "No truck," she said. "No headlights, nothing." Caleb and I both turned to look too. The yard was empty. There was no sign of a vehicle anywhere. That's when something tapped the window near the living room. Just once. Sharp, like a knuckle. None of us moved. Then the sound of the engine cut out. Silence dropped so fast it rang in my ears. We ran. We didn't even close the back door. We just bolted through the yard, vaulted the fence, and didn't stop until we reached Caleb's car 3 blocks away. I remember stumbling over gravel, the pounding of blood in my ears louder than our footsteps. None of us said a word until we were inside with the doors locked. He started the engine. It sputtered once, then caught. We peeled away fast, tires skidding a little. Janelle kept checking the rear view, even though there was nothing behind us. We didn't go back. Caleb never mentioned the house again, not even when we hung out the next weekend. I asked him a couple of times, but he always changed the subject. Janelle said she tried to find the listing online afterward and couldn't, like it had been pulled. The property record just showed a P.O. box for ownership, no real name. Months later, I drove past the street one afternoon. The house was still there. Same shutters, same porch light glowing faintly, even in daylight. The mailbox was gone. It hadn't been knocked over or vandalized. It just wasn't there anymore. No post, no remnants, just a rectangle of untouched grass where it used to be. I've passed that road plenty of times since, but I never turned down it. Even now, when I think about the sound of that engine idling outside and the footsteps approaching the window, it makes my skin go cold. We never saw anyone, never found tire tracks or footprints in the dirt, but something was there with us that night. It knew we were inside. It walked right up to the window where we were hiding. I first noticed it during the second week after we moved in. We had just settled into the new house, a low, unassuming 2-story in a quiet suburb. It was the kind of place where you could hear the wind teasing the branches outside your window at night, where the smallest creak of the floorboard traveled through the silence like a whisper you weren't meant to hear. I had always prided myself on being rational, the sort of person who double-checks locks but scoffs at ghost stories. I was writing my first novel then, a psychological thriller, ironically, and I spent long hours alone pacing the rooms, jotting down notes, losing track of time. It started with the scratching. Late at night, I'd be up with my notebook, and from the back bedroom, the one we used as a guest room, I began to hear it. At first, I thought it was a mouse, or maybe a squirrel stuck in the wall. A faint, irregular scratching, sometimes a soft thud, like something trying to find a way through. Always from the same section of wall. I even marked it with a bit of tape about 4 feet up, beside the bed we'd pushed into the corner. My wife didn't hear it, or if she did, she was too tired to care. She worked long shifts, and by the time she crawled into bed, she was out cold. The kids, my stepchildren, never said a word either. But I heard it. Every night, same wall, same time, somewhere between 2 and 3 a.m. I didn't mention it for days. Then one morning, after a particularly restless night, I found all the kitchen drawers open. All of them. Not just a jar fully extended like someone had gone through them, one by one. I checked the back door. Locked. The windows locked. The alarm still armed. We don't have a cat. No pets. The kids were still asleep. My wife was in the shower. I closed the drawers and told myself maybe I'd left them that way by accident, distracted or tired. I even tried to convince myself that one of the kids had gone rummaging for a midnight snack, even though the fridge was untouched. The next night I woke up standing on the bed. I don't know how long I'd been like that, just standing there in the dark, facing the corner where the scratching always came from. The sheets were bunched beneath my feet. My pulse was hammering. I remember the strange texture of the ceiling shadows, the way the air felt somehow heavier than it should. My wife didn't stir. I climbed down slowly, climbed back into bed, and lay awake until the sun came up. I didn't tell her. What could I say? That I might be sleepwalking. But it happened again. 3 nights later. Same position, standing on the bed, staring at that corner, and the scratching was louder, more frantic, closer. That's when I called for help. A friend of mine, someone I'd interviewed once for an article, connected me with a pair of investigators. One was a seasoned paranormal researcher, the other a psychic. I was skeptical, deeply so, but at that point I needed to understand what was happening. If it was mold, gas, something messing with my brain, fine. I just wanted answers. They arrived on a rainy Saturday afternoon. The clouds were thick, turning everything gray. The house seemed darker than usual. The investigator, David, was quiet, professional. He brought instruments I didn't understand. Some for measuring electromagnetic fields, others for recording ambient sound. The psychic, a woman named Mara, was older, gentle-voiced, and carried a notebook filled with looping, handwritten notes. She didn't say much at first, just walked through the rooms with her eyes half closed, humming under her breath. When they entered the back bedroom, Mara stopped cold. She didn't look at the wall. She looked at the bed. "Something's off here," she said. "Has anyone been standing on the bed, facing that wall?" I didn't answer right away. David began scanning the wall with a device that made soft clicking sounds. Mara turned slowly to the corner, then reached out and pressed her palm flat against the painted drywall. "There's an imprint," she said. "Not physical, residual. Someone used to stand here a lot, always facing the same way." I asked her what that meant. She didn't explain, just wrote something in her notebook and told me to try moving the bed. It sounded ridiculous, but we did it anyway, pushed it away from the corner, toward the window. It made the room awkward, but we left it like that. That night, for the first time in weeks, I slept straight through, no scratching, no waking on the bed, no open drawers. It held too. Night after night, silence, stillness. The oppressive weight that had settled on the house seemed to lift. Even the kids were sleeping better. I didn't want to believe it had been anything more than coincidence. I told myself that maybe the sound had been a squirrel after all, and it had just moved on. Maybe I'd been under stress, and that had triggered the sleepwalking. Maybe, a month later, Mara called to follow up. She said she'd meditated on the house, tried to trace the resonance she'd felt. I didn't want to hear it, but I let her speak. She told me that sometimes energy imprints itself on a space. Not a ghost, not a presence, but a pattern, a repetition. Someone had stood in that corner, night after night, and whatever they were thinking or feeling had soaked into the wall. What kind of thoughts? I asked. She was quiet for a long time. Then she said, "Desperate ones." I didn't ask anything else. We kept the bed in its new spot. Eventually, we moved our things into another bedroom entirely. My wife said the light was better there in the morning. The kids liked having their rooms on the opposite end of the hall. Nobody complained. I still write late into the night, but I don't go near that room after dark. Not alone. Sometimes I pass by the door and listen, just in case. So far, I haven't heard a thing, but I always keep my shoes by the bed now. just in case I wake up standing again.